All right, we are live, but the ads haven't played, so everybody's waiting to get through that, clicking through that. Yeah, I'm gonna hear it come up on my computer here in just a minute.
It's on.
All right, good deal. Hang on a second.
Welcome to AP Studios, not sponsored in any way by Nikon. We welcome everyone who is tuning in across the world and those listening to this recording. We welcome you to get active in the chat, but remind you to please keep it fun and respectful. Also remember that here at AP Studios, you do have a voice and we want to hear from you. Shoot us an email or comment in the chat if you would like to jump in the sandbox with our incredible panel. Now, without further ado, join me in welcoming your host, the man of the people, the oracle of Nikon and the Eminem slayer of the Midwest,
Thank you again, Joe Mansland. Joey, a great job. All right, so a lot to unpack today, a whole lot to unpack today. Today is Gear Day, and it's not just Nikon. However, Nikon threw a ringer at me last night with this announcement of the 180 to 600, and I'm sure a lot of people are ready to talk about that as well. But I want to talk about Canon, Sony, Fuji, and everybody else as well, because we have the Z8 out. We have the Z9. We haven't talked much about the firmware update on the Z9. We haven't talked about the Z8 much, and that's because Roy keeps me straight. He gets tired of gear talk, so I have to refrain from it. Otherwise, Roy will beat me up. Yeah, but too much to not talk gear today. So many things.
I'll forgive you today.
All right. Only because you wanted this lens and you're a happy camper.
Well, you know, you satisfied us a little bit by letting us do a little film talk the last time. So
yeah,
we'll let it slide here. Go back to gear.
So I can see already people talking about the 180 to 600. And I know you guys have to be as surprised yet also as happy as I am. I told you that this isn't a lens that I was looking forward to. But I got to tell you, aesthetically, and that means a lot to me, it looks nice. That fluted end, the 95 millimeter element in the front, the fact that it's internal zoom, and that is amazing. That actually really surprised me that it's internal zoom. Of course, we have the varying aperture, but you know, I without going to a much higher price point, we expected that. So.
Yeah. A third of a stop is nothing.
Yeah.
With today's cameras, that's not bad. It could have been a lot worse than that.
But I mean, this lens appeals to me, and I didn't even want it. But will I get it? I don't know. I'm not getting it immediately, but I know that a lot of you out there have already pre-ordered it, as did Mr. Roy Bigsby and Mr. Jeffrey Neville. So I look forward to you guys getting this lens. I don't know when it's expected to start shipping. I've heard July and 1st of August. So I don't know.
Mid to end July it should arrive.
Okay.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah, Mozman's comment is Nikon dropped a 70 to 600 millimeter overnight for under $3,000. Yes, I neglected to mention the fact that there's also, and we expect it's a Tamron rebrand, but it's the final chapter in the rebrand.
The Phantom trilogy.
Yeah. So you got two 2.8 shoot.
Well, 3.
Well, no, I'm talking about 2 sets, 2 completely different price points.
Oh,
and you get the daggone it. What am I trying to say here? I can't stand it when this happens to me.
Too affordable 2.8
brain fog. You know, you got the Nikon 2.8 series, which is the 14 to 24, 24 to 70, and the 70 to 200. Well, now we have an affordable trifecta, if you will, with the rebranded, however you want to call, or whatever you want to call
Tamron.
it. Yeah, the Tamron rebrand. With the I can't remember the exact focal lengths, but I can't remember the first one. But you got the 28 to 70, you got the what is it, 70 to 180.
70 to 180.
2.8s. So it's very affordable for those that didn't want to go all out for the Nikon glass, the Nikon's, normal Nikon glass. So yeah, man, that's fantastic. We were talking about affordability, and now Nikon's checked that block as far as the lenses go for so many people. And this 180 to 600 looks fantastic. Of course, thanks, Moz, 17 to 28. Yeah. Looks fantastic for the price point. It looks incredible. Is it going to be a 600 f4 competitor? No, not at all. But we don't expect that. Well, for a lot of us, yeah, it will be close enough. No doubt about that. And the flexibility of the zoom, even Steve Perry was talking about that. And by the way, he's getting one as well. I don't know how many videos you've watched already today, but I mean, the lens looks great.
Too many
at that price point. So yeah, and it's TC compatible. I don't know. Well, I guess a 1.4 TC on it might be okay. And everybody talks, or some people have already talked about that being okay on this lens.
I'm not a fan of TCs on zooms.
But I mean, it's
if
just
you have to.
It's just an amazing lens. Nikon's definitely back in the game with the lens lineup, no doubt about that. And I'm not saying Nikon's better than anybody before somebody starts slamming me. I want to talk about Canon and Sony a bit here once we get this rolling, but there are a couple of points I wanted to make, and one was this 180 to 600, because this is the lens everybody's been waiting for. I say everybody, I guess all of us were waiting for, whether we intended to buy it or not. And I'm happy for all those that have been waiting for the 2 to 600. Now we have it in the 180 to 600, and it does look like a pretty incredible lens at this price point. So another thing I wanted to talk about was, and we'll get into these bits and pieces as we go along, and I'll let you guys drive the train on which you want to concentrate on. The Z8 and the Z9 firmware update. I have a few things to say about that, but the only thing I'll bring up right now is, for those that say there was no innovation in Nikon, that's completely nonsense. Nikon has been very innovative. And to that point, this is going to bring in Canon and Sony into the discussion when I start talking about the shutterless technology, and more on that in a bit. But folks, the Z8, and I'm going to make this statement right now, the Z8 is not necessarily the DA50 replacement. However, it replaces the Z8 rather well, in my opinion. What the Z8 is this is your D3 D700 moment with the Z9 and the Z8. This is the D700 D3 moment. This is what we got with the D3 and the D700. D700 didn't bring any more capability to the table when it was announced, other than being a baby D3. Anybody want to disagree with that? I think that, and how many people complained about the D700 saying, well, there's no innovation. Why did Nikon bring this out? Why did Nikon drop the D700? Everybody loved that camera. And why? Because it was a baby D3. Same thing here with the Z8 and the Z9. It's a baby Z9. It gives you 90% or 99% of the capability, maybe not 99, 95% of the capability of the Z9 in a smaller body, much more manageable at a better price point. What was the price difference between the D3 and the D700? I don't know off the top of my head, but the D700 was not a cheap camera when it was announced compared
Neither
to
was the D3.
Yeah. So
D3 was my first, D3S was my first pro body. That was not
I'm glad you brought up D3S. So I just want everybody to understand, I'm calling it now. This is your D3 D700 moment. Now, what does that mean? That means that we still have the Z7 series. My prediction is the Z7 will be your Nikon D850 mirrorless camera. I think it'll be stills heavy. It will have video, but it will be stills heavy. And this is going to be the D850 moment that everybody was waiting for when the Z7 III is announced. It's going to be a higher megapixel camera. Here comes your innovation, you know, for something new other than what you see in the Z9 and the Z8. It's going to be a higher megapixel camera for those that want all those megapixels. It's going to be the camera to check that block for you. Stills priority with video in body. But the Z6 III is going to be Nikon's anchor camera. And the Z6 III is a camera that I think we should see this year. I know I have people out there talking about DF, ZF, and whatever, and talking about the APS-C body. I think Nikon will address that, but I don't think they'll address it until they get the Z6 III out. So that's my prediction as to where we are. And I want to bring up one more thing, as Jeffrey brought up, the D3S. The D3S was an upgrade and brought us what? That wasn't in the D3. It brought us video, for one. Not great, but different era. There was a D3S that came out, what, a little over 2 years after the D3 was announced. Is that correct? If I have my dates right?
Yeah, roughly. Yeah.
Guess what? You're reliving this moment, and Nikon, I predict, will have I don't know what it'll be called, but an update to the Z9 sooner rather than later. I predict within the next 12 to 18 months, there's going to be a Z9 upgrade. And you all can tell me again, I'm wrong, but so far, man, I'm betting I have a pretty good batting percentage on what I predicted. So I got to toot my own horn here because everybody else is going to jump on this bandwagon and bring this up later on. I believe that you're going to see an update to the Z9 in 12 to 18 months. That's going to be the D3S moment. All right. I got that out of the way. Go ahead, Jeffrey.
I'm just going to say, the D850 replacement has been overdone, I think, because realistically, there's going to be so many cameras in Nikon's lineup that are going to far exceed the D850. The Z8 does, the Z9 does, the Z7 III probably will, and they're going to, and because when you look at the whole package, I mean, you don't even want to say the word video when you're talking the D850. I mean, you don't even want to use that word, Right. So it's people shouldn't get so hung up on that anymore, because basically you wouldn't want something that's exactly like the D850 in mirrorless form. You would be sorely disappointed at this point, because you got stuff out there that's so much better. You wouldn't want to do that.
Yeah. Well, I bring it up because we talked about the Z9 being kind of a D3 moment, but we never discussed the fact that the D8 or Z8 is the D700 reincarnate in that same time and frame. It looks like Nikon's looked back and said, because so many people said the D700 killed the sales of the D3. No, it didn't. I don't know where you get that information from, but it did not kill the sales of the D3 or the D3S. Back to two specific cameras for your use, whatever you want. And that's where we're at with the Z8 and Z9. You get your choice. Bigger battery, longer battery life, more heat dissipation, blah, blah, blah. We didn't have video back then that we have today, so we can't compare the video specs to the D3, D700. But it's very, I mean, in comparison, this just, I mean.
There's no comparison.
Well, I mean, it makes complete sense to me, though, the strategy. And Nikon has just redone what they did so many years ago with those two cameras, which leads me to believe that you will see the D3S moment coming up in the next 12 to 18 months with the Z9. It's going to get an update. What will it be? This will be more along the lines of what everybody's asking for, more innovation. You know, everybody tried their best to run the Z8 into the ground. Well, where's the innovation? Nobody did that with the D700. We shouldn't be doing it with the Z8. We should be looking forward to what the Z7 III is going to be. That's going to be your big aha moment for that high megapixel camera, because that's what the D850 was bringing to the plate. And it was stills oriented. The Z7 III will be no different. So get ready. I don't know when it's going to happen, but get ready. The Z6 III, though, I do believe has to come out sooner rather than later. That is the anchor camera, as I said. It's in an affordable category, and there are going to be so many people that are going to jump on that camera, even though they like their Z6, they like their Z6 II, but everybody, whether they're stating it or not, is jonesing for this new technology, specifically AF, and that's going to happen. I think that the Z6 III, Z7 III will have the same processor, the X-Speed 7 processor. There's no way that they're going to launch either of those cameras with the X-Speed 6 processor. So it's a lot to look forward to in the Nikon camp. We've waited a long time for this moment. And again, I'm not here to boast about Nikon being better than anybody else, because get ready, the R1 is going to happen. And when it comes out, it's going to be a beast. And I don't want to hear anybody running it down or trying to compare it. I expect it to exceed what the Z9 does. I really do. And I want it to, because that's what prompts other manufacturers to up their game. And we should all feel the same way. I think that the R1 will be shutterless. And here's the technology that Nikon brought to the table that everybody's they're not going to copy. They were probably looking at this as well, but Nikon decided to go with it now compared to other manufacturers. And I think shutterless is going to be the way of the future. And for those that can't live without a shutter, it's another one of those things you're just going to have to get used to. And mark my words, the Sony and Canon will follow suit with their shutterless technology here in the very near future. So there you go. I just wanted to get all that out, get all of it off my chest. We got a lot to unpack, a lot to talk about, and I'm willing to listen to what you guys want to talk about, and let's get with it. I got a lot of comments in here already, and I guess that has to do with the fact that we just got this new lens announcement. But I'll let Roy and Jeffrey weigh in on what I've said so far.
Where can we start?
Yeah. That's why I said there's a lot to unpack today.
Well,
I think I'm happy with my Z9 the way it is. I don't need a new one.
There you go.
I mean, I think the Z6, or I mean, they need to hit that $2,200 to $2,500 price point with something that has a fair amount of the flow down from the Z8 or the Z9. And they do that. I mean, they're going to be rocking and rolling in all segments at that point in
A
time.
lot of people are using Z6s for videos, so that's going to be their main market, I think.
Yeah, I think it's going to be both. It's going to be the affordable stills plus more video in that body. I don't think it's going to be anything more than 6K downsampled 4K. But that's enough to check the block. And I believe it will have internal recording, and Nikon's going to be smart here and not put in all these super high features on video, so that it is a camera that you can take, a run and gun camera for video, quality video, just not anything close to what you see in the Z8 or the Z9, which will check that block. And a lot of people are going to be happy with that. So yeah, I think it's going to be more along the lines of the $2,500, plus or minus $100, only because that's where we're at now, and this day and age with inflation and this and that. However, I think that, and I'll go back to this, I've said this before, I think that the shutterless technology does save them money. I really do. And
it has to be simpler, as long as the electronics are fast enough.
Well, that's where the X-Speed 6 or 7 processor comes into play. So will it have the same pipeline that the Z8 and Z9 have? No, I don't think that it will. However, it will shoot respectably, at 10 to 15 frames per second at least. It's going to be a great camera. Real entry into full frame for Nikon. I know we have the Z5, which is kind of a placeholder. It's right now, but I think the Z6 III will be that camera that so many people will aspire to get. Is it going to drag people back from Canon and Sony? No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. And I'm not looking at it for that. But to please the Nikon camp, I believe that camera is going to sell extremely well. That's going to be your highest selling camera, Z6 III. Russell says, I told myself I was done getting lenses for the year, but seeing the 180 to 600 has me changing my mind.
Yeah.
Russell, I said I wasn't interested, but when I saw it this morning, when I got up, I immediately became interested in it. And I told this to Roy. He doesn't care about it, but to me, aesthetics do mean something. And I like the look of that lens, especially the fact that it does not have a protruding barrel when it zooms. You know, it's just a great looking lens. And I think Nikon knocked it out of the park there and at this price point. So I'm with you, Russell. I'm not saying I'm not getting it, but I'm not saying I'm getting it either. But it does have me looking at it. Good looking lens.
Internal zoom and focus means it's going to be nice and balanced on a tripod.
Yep.
If nothing else, it's great for self-defense too.
I got 600 for that. That's much heavier.
Yep. Hey, Gustavo, I've already said it. I don't know if I said it on the show or said it when we were in the pre-show when the three of us were talking, but I was wrong. I have to say it. I was wrong. Nikon's marketing has been spot on. It's been slow, and maybe this is the reason I harped on them so much, but I agree. I think their lens lineup is fantastic, even though I was complaining about all the telezooms and super telezooms and super telephoto lenses. But I agree, they have been spot on. And I don't think we've seen the end of it yet. I think that now at this point, now that this mythical 2 to 600, which is a 180 to 600 is out, I think we'll see some other lenses in the lineup that really excite us as well. So if you're not a birder or wildlife photographer or in need of a super telephoto lens, I think now's the time to really get excited because we're going to see some of the other lenses. Even though the 135 1.8 is a tele lens per se, but I think we're going to see maybe the 35 1.2, and this is the catch. I think we're going to see some other 1.2s delivered over the next couple of years. It'll be interesting to see what Nikon puts on the next roadmap for lenses, but now's the wide end time. And I know a lot of people are talking about fast, wide glass. So I expect Nikon to be doing that. I mean, there isn't a lot they can do in the super telephoto end now, other than a 600 PF, which I expect they
macro would be nice.
They need a fast 14 millimeter.
Yeah.
It's just a 14 millimeter, something small that you could just put in your pocket.
So Gustavo, I agree with you, man. I think they've done a good job. Now looking back in retrospect, they have, no doubt about it. So hello to everybody in the chat. Sorry it took off with a bang this morning. Haven't had a chance to say good morning to everybody. Man, I am so far behind on the chat. Wow. I'm glad a lot of people are saying hello to each other. I can skip by.
Yeah, I gotta back up here and start looking at some of these things.
All right.
Of course, Mozman talks about a Z8 with a melted sensor shield. Someone left their camera pointed up at the sun.
I've seen a lot of sensors burnt that way, but I've not seen a shield yet.
That's a real good point, Moz. Yeah, I always replace my cap, so.
Oh, I don't ever leave my camera pointing up at the sun.
No, that's
I don't lay it down so the lens is sticking up ever.
It must have been on a tripod or something at the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like your comment, Roy. Better than a burnt sensor. Yep. Cheaper to buy. Cheaper to send it back and have that fixed than a sensor. Yep.
Probably works without the shield anyway.
Martin Hild says he respects Jan Wagner a lot for actually taking the time to figure out the Z9 Z8 AF out or figure that out. His reviews a lot, actually. I hope he keeps up with this. Yeah, I watched his video this morning, Martin, on the 180 to 600, and he's impressed with it. He's rather impressed with it. And he got to shoot it longer than anybody else that I've seen so far. So he had that lens for a week or so. Said he took like 20,000 photos, if I'm not mistaken. but he seems impressed with it. I mean, he's not saying that it's better than everybody else, but just the fact that he's impressed with it is enough. And I think that's all we could expect from people right now without having it in their hands for a long time. Let's see. Jump in here, guys.
And Andy just got back from MPS UK.
Yeah, Andy, I sent you a link. I think I sent. No, I haven't sent it yet. All right, I will now because I'm curious to hear what went on at the NPS meeting. Hang on a second.
NPS UK wouldn't let me join them just because I don't live there. Funny that.
I kept my rejection notice, one of many from Nikon NPS. I keep it as a reminder of so I can have some humility.
I've been rejected by them before.
Oh man! Hello, David, the drunk wedding photographer. Oh man! Oh.
Looking for a minty Nikon N75 QD quartz date is what he's looking for. Wow, I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Roy might have one.
I haven't. I only collect the SLRs and DSLRs and mirrorless.
Yeah, it's a good point, Russell. Back in the DSLR days, he was shooting Canon. He says, I loved following what Nikon was doing and watching how the companies end up influencing each other. And they do.
Leapfrogging.
And again, yeah, that's why I say, don't be jealous. Don't be, try to compare just to, keep your brand in front of the other. The fact is that it's all good for all of us when one brand leapfrogs the other. It just sends them back to R&D to come up with something better. I think it's great. Let's see.
Everybody's making assumptions that it's always fun to guess, right? That the Canon might come out with a global shutter or whatever. And the thing is, though, it's like the global shutter. The whole thing with the global shutter. I think after the Z9 came out with their fast processor and their and what they have in there, where you don't have any fan blades warping on you when you take pictures, I don't really know from a cost perspective. I mean, yeah, it's a great marketing ploy if you come out with a global shutter, but I don't know that technically you need it because you could do what that is meant to do now with what's out there now.
Yes, and the technology.
Why spend the extra money just to say I've got a global shutter if it really doesn't do anything?
Well, we're beyond global shutter now, so that shouldn't even be a conversation anymore with folks, unless you want to travel back to the DSLR days and hope that somehow something happens there. But with technology right now, again, Nikon's done a fantastic job. So has Sony, I must admit, with the A1 as fast as it is, and the R3, albeit a lower megapixel sensor. But let's face it, technology is moving so fast now, you can throw the global shutter idea away. And by the way, those that want to shoot higher sync speeds when shooting with flash or strobes, that's coming. That's coming. The technology is here.
The A1's a 400 sync speed.
Yeah, it's coming. So you can throw that idea away of argument about, well, I don't like shutterless because of this, and throw away the whole complaint about EVFs because that has changed significantly. If you haven't experienced the A1, the R3, or the A8 or A8, Z8 or Z9, then you have no dog in this fight. Once you experience it, I think you'll agree that the EVFs have become as good as OVFs. And now the old timers are going to sing now and throw apples at the stage. No way. I'm telling you, that's the case. And the EVF does something, I've said this before, that my OVF could never do, and that's see in the dark. Once it's dark, your OVF is worthless. So I'm just telling you, this is the way of the future, and we need to get ready for it. And oh, by the way, it's all AI driven, and I'll drop that right there for a minute before we get off on a tangent on that. But yeah, and Iona says, Canon did a good job with the R6 Mark II. Let's hope that we will see something at least as good or possibly better than that in the Z6 III. And we will, Iona. You're going to see
all these cameras are very good, though. You shouldn't complain about any of them.
That is,
everybody should be thrilled with what's out in the market now. I mean, how could
compared
you
to 10 years ago? There's no comparison.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'm tired of everybody that wants to one up everybody else or whatever. With well, my camera does this. Well, it's okay. I'm glad your camera does that, because I can expect my camera to do it next month or the next iteration. So thank you very much for being innovative in your brand. We'll see it in my brand. If there was ever a time to not jump ship, now's the time. Now's the time for stick with what you have. If you're happy with it, if you're not happy with it, then by all means, jump to another brand or whatever. But if you're happy with what you have, don't run others down, because they're happy with what they have. And there's reason for everybody to be happy with their brand, because all brands are definitely making great strides to provide you with the best of the best technology out there. So anyway.
Yeah, I say get out there and take more pictures instead of worrying about what the other guy's doing.
And now I will begin to say that as well, because I think, again, Nikon strategy has been slow as molasses, but I cannot complain. I cannot complain with what they have out there right now, other than Z6 III, and it needs to be soon, because Nikon
used to be the Z8.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck just has to bounce down a little.
He does. You have to have something to roundabout. All good cameras, though.
So here's
the lenses.
Yep. Yeah.
That's what I like about the Zs.
And I've talked to some people. I mean, just like we did, a lot of people were using the Sony 2-600 on their Nikon Z cameras, and they were happy with it.
Yeah.
But I have talked to a couple of Sony shooters that are really happy with what Nikon's done in their lens lineup. That 800 PF still stands out in a lot of people's minds, man. You can't beat the price and the quality that you get out of that 800 PF. So, excuse me.
There's a 600 PF coming.
And that's what I want.
That'd be more useful than the 8.
Yeah. I have a 1-400, which is, it doesn't make sense for me to jump to that 180 to 600, but maybe I'll hold off and play around and wait, because I've always wanted a 600 millimeter lens. I don't need it. I'll tell you that right now. I just have a want for a 600 millimeter
600
lens.
Is ideal for birds and wildlife.
So I'm thinking that we might,
a sweet spot.
Yeah, when we might get a 600 PF down the road, so I can hold out for a bit for that. Mr. Andy Miller. He got to play. He got to play with the lenses today.
I had fun, and they fed us, which is the most important part.
Well, that's great.
Beef, which I thought was incredible.
That
and
is
we had a
cool.
model.
All right.
So, how is everybody?
Excited. Doing well. We're more interested in what you think, since you got to handle the new lenses today.
So, you've seen the specs. It's internally zooming, internally focusing.
Yep.
It's a 5.663, which is a third of a stop from end to end.
Oh, we got the specs. We've watched every video out there.
Yeah.
What we want to hear is now, how does it feel in the hand, and what was your experience with it?
So I didn't attach that to my camera, but I did touch it, feel it, grab it. In fact, I grabbed the copy that Rishi had.
Okay.
I was talking to Rishi. So I'm with him. It's like, it's definitely hand-holdable. It's definitely not a problem on a Z8 or Z9. It's like putting the 400, but slightly bigger. That's it. Slightly bigger, not massively bigger.
25% bigger.
Yeah. It's shorter than the 200 to 500, particularly when you take in account of the FTZ, and a fair bit lighter. I can't tell you the numbers. I've got them somewhere. So the 180 to 600, there will be. I mean, Rishi did his video. There are a lot of people going to test it now. It's shipping by this date in July, was what they said to us today. That might just be the UK. Okay. No doubt Adorama's got it for sale already, and so have other people in the States. I didn't check because I just got back. The pricing is within a nat something of where we all thought it was going to be.
Yep. $2,600 US.
Yeah.
Pricing in the UK is the same, just including VAT. You can pre-order it. I expect they'll have a lot of it, and I expect they'll sell a lot of it. And
very cheap for what it is.
It is. I don't care where it comes from. I can place an order, which I'm going to do now, which I wasn't going to do, but the deposit's 10%, which is fine.
Well, you know what? You have so many 600 millimeter focal length lenses. You might as well just send me one.
I don't have so many. I have one.
You got one more than Chuck does. That's not allowed.
I'm old. It's heavy.
The 600 is very heavy.
So I'm not placing the pre-order immediately. I just am seeing that I can place one right now. And Grays of Westminster have just said, for safety reasons, their sales start in August, as in they will ship it in August. Nikon Rumors, Peter has pasted his links, which are all American. You guys will see it when you see it. So I believe you if anybody has a problem with this lens, then they should jump off a bridge.
Yeah.
I'm that bored of the negativity right now.
It's a no-brainer.
Absolute no-brainer. It is really cheap, really light. It's quick. Right? It's quick to focus. The 200, 500 was a huge throw, huge turn to zoom it.
Yeah.
This is like 70
degrees. You had to rotate your hand like 2.5 times.
This you can just do with your fingers, right? It's not that hard at all.
If anything, I'd say it's a bit too short, but that's quibbling a bit of mine, I think.
Well, better one way than the other, because we're not counting millimeters here, right? I mean, what you should be doing, I'm going to look at the camera.
I come from macro lenses, so I like long throw there.
And zooming in zooming in, I can't remember which way it is. Zooming. So here I am full way out, zooming in as your subject gets closer, right? That's all you're going to do.
Yeah.
And if we can't do that, then genuinely find bridge, jump off. Okay. It's got one control ring, which by default is focus, and I see no reason to move it. It's got
a secondary ring,
buttons.
I think.
It's got the 4 lens buttons around the front, around the forward part, and one further back, which means you can pre-focus or do what you like with those 4 buttons. The critical thing is when you hold the lens like this. I'm looking for a lens. Yeah. When you hold the lens like this, you're not grabbing anything that's a focus control, right?
Yeah. Right.
Which is the problem with these. So it's the reason that, for me, is in the wrong place, which is why I disable it. And I put focus on the rear ring, and I've got this little cog on it, so I know where it is when I need to find it really quick.
Yeah.
So for me, the 200, the 180, we have to keep saying 180, the 180 to 600, thank heavens they actually came out with this. Now, everybody shut up, buy it, use it.
Yeah, the other thing, I like the rubber bumper on the end of the lens too. To me, that's a quality piece right there. To be able to sit the lens down on the, on the front end, I think that's great too.
So I didn't take time to look at where the focusing ring is and where the filter ring is and how far it is inside. I think it's like the other lenses like that. It's actually recessed. So the bumper is like half an inch or 3/4 of an inch, 3/8 of an inch. Sorry. And like everybody, I've got 95mm filters. I've got all these filters. I probably would have been 95 on it. Say again, Roy.
A slip-in filter would have been nice.
No,
You
it's
don't
a
like them?
disaster. Well, hang on. Where is it? Oh, there it is. So
It's rolling around
Here
on the floor.
is the 400 2.5
2.8.
with the case front
Yep.
filter, which is a 150 mil UV, but it's on there. So when I go to the sailing events this summer, I can put a hydrophobia all around the front, and nothing's going to come in that way. The whole
Right.
thing gets packed.
Yeah.
So the drop-in, this is the case drop-in, because you can't buy the Nikon 46 mil. You just can't get them. So that's the circular polarizer. I'm going to explore whether I can get one that has less of a light effect, because that's at least a stop. For
It is a
CCL.
funny size too. It's not the same
it's
size
46
as the
mil.
others.
It's 46 mil, right? So it's not
Yeah.
the same as the others, Roy. They
It's annoying,
changed
isn't
it.
it?
They changed.
The others are 39 or...
Well, the others were 52, 30 something, and I've got them all somewhere.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm happy. I'm extremely happy with the design of the 200 to 600. 99% of the users will use it without any filterage.
Yeah.
They might
I
put a
like a
protector on the
polarizer
front.
once in a while though.
Well,
Kevin, you and I think alike, man. I'm the same way. I honestly believe the R1 is going to be a fantastic beast of a camera, and I welcome that, because it just means everybody else goes back to the table. So you and I both, we speak the same language, Kevin, and I'm happy that you'll get the R1.
Yeah. I mean, I've got 119 mil everything now, because I've got the 24 to 70. So I was talking to somebody about buying extension rings, so they can move, put an 82 or 95 on a lens that's recessed into a lens hood. They want to keep the lens hood, and you basically put a stack
Yeah.
of extension rings, basically. And you can just buy these things. They're not, and it's better you buy brass than you buy cheap aluminium.
Yes.
So I don't know what's possible today. I know that you can put a 95 mil circular filter in the front of it. If you put a CPL on the front, you're going to struggle to turn it, because it's buried, and you'll
That's
put your
why I like the
fingerprints all
drop-ins.
over it. So you'll want to have
Drop-ins.
moved it forward that distance, right? So if we start doing that, we start getting into edge effects, but maybe that's not a problem. Okay. And people who want to shoot that lens with a CPL will find a way. It's not that difficult.
Yeah.
Just buy a series of stacks, and then you build it, and then you put the CPL on the front. Whether it's a 114 with a stepping ring, or whether it's a 95, it's your choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question here. I want to get your all's opinion on this. Swain Amir, he's asking, thanks, Jeffrey, for pointing this out. Hello, everyone. Could I get some advice by someone? I came very close to buying a Z6 II, but was not sure. The main use would be family portraits, kids, baseball, soccer games. Should I buy?
Yeah.
Man, let me throw my 10 cents worth in here real quick. I think that you should now, if that's what you're going to primarily shoot, the Z6 II will be fine for everything that you mentioned here and what you want to do. And right now is the time to buy when the price is right, because when the Z6 III comes out, it's going to be more expensive, obviously. I think the Z6 II would take care of everything that you mentioned here and do it well for what you want to do. And again, look for the best price, because there are some great sales that are out there right now on Z6 IIs and Z7 IIs. So that's my 10 cents worth. I'll let you guys weigh in. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I didn't get to do that before the show started. Go.
I've no idea what glass you've got, but if I was you to start, I'd buy the 24 to 120 f4 Z mount.
Yeah,
It is
I
a
agree.
spectacular lens for what it is.
Good general purpose lens.
It's an
That's my
absolutely
favorite-
brilliant
that's
lens.
my
I was
favorite-
shooting it today. I was shooting
My favorite
models.
street lens is that right now. I love it.
But if you've got other lenses, then buy the FTZ2. Right? If you can get one. Apparently they're sold out worldwide, but maybe buy an FTZ1 or the
Well, I
original.
love the Z6. It's my bash camera.
Yeah.
I use it for everything I don't use
Yeah,
the
yeah.
professional cameras for. It just sits
And
in
you
my,
can get them for
with me all
what,
the time.
$1,500, $1,600 now, something like that. New or used, I don't know. But so it's going to be down to the deal. What deal can you get? Because people are trying to sell them. Okay. The Z6 to Z6 II, it's a no-brainer for me. If you can get the Z6 II for a good price, buy it. It's 24
Before the firmware
megapixels.
upgrade, I wouldn't have touched the thing.
Well, I've got it. I've used it. It's fine. You just understand, learn the camera, understand how it works. And if after that and after a while using it and not just throwing it at a wall, you want something better, then you've got time, right? It's not like it costs $5,000. Right?
No, even brand new. I'm looking. It's $1,700
So
brand new.
I think you can buy them
So-
used for, I don't know, 1,000. And then the question is how used, how beaten up, what warranty?
They're a pretty tough camera to start with.
They are, yeah. They've got a shutter, so that can get worn down. But a Nikon refurb, if they're still doing that in the States, I assume this guy's in the States. Sorry, I can't see it. You're hidden. There it is. Swain, wherever you are, depends where you are, is what your access is, and look on the various buy sites where, what's the American KEF or KEH or whatever it's called in the States?
KH.
Yeah.
Yeah, they come with a guarantee of some type. They come with some kind of short-term warranty. Buying stuff privately is more challenging. You have to physically put your hands on it before you buy it. You're much better to go to a shop, in my opinion.
Safer.
Go there, try it, say it, and because since you're dealing with humans, you can always have the conversation when it doesn't work to say, "Look, guys, this isn't working. Can we trade it in for something different?" That's my 5 cents.
It's good to get in with the shop anyway. When you order something, it comes to you easier.
My other advice to you, Swain, is those things between your feet and your hips, right? They're called your knees. You're shooting small people who you need to be below their eye height. Okay? You've got to get low. First, it makes your shots fantastic. Second, it makes the autofocus better because you're not just shooting grass, right? So just think about how you get low. I carry a knee pad. I just kneel down. I was today in front of a model shooting up a model. Sorry, not up a model. That sounds bad. I was shooting portraits wide open from here. My hand is low. Hello. I'm dropping things again.
See, I usually just knock down the photographer in front of me and then I kneel on them.
We had a bit of that
and sit on them.
Yeah.
So let's just knock off a few other MPS things today. So Rob is a fantastic head of MPS Europe, Rob McNeish. He was there, Rishi was there, a couple of other people were there from MPS. And basically, the party line from Nikon is whoever wrote whatever they wrote about future firmware releases should have been shot. And the video shouldn't have gone out with it because that's not corporate policy. And then Rob is, you've got to listen very carefully when I say this, Rob is not winking when he says it. All right? When asked, is it coming to the Z8? I cannot tell you anything at all about that. Meaning, of course,
on that topic, Mark Cruz was on a live stream with Seth Miranda on the right after the Z8 launch.
Yeah.
And Mark Cruz did make a comment there about, he said that the ISO changes would be in a firmware update that's coming out very soon for the Z8. Plus, he said there's something else, but I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. Evidently, he said something somewhere else about that auto capture or whatever. So
he talked about it.
I don't care, about that. I think it's going to happen. So anyway, but of course, all the rumor mill, started about, well, Nikon's going to separate the two cameras by not putting. No, that's crap.
Yeah,
forget it. Get it out of your head.
Yeah.
I think they're going to mirror each other from this point forward.
Yeah.
Firmware updates and because again, D3S. I believe that the Z9 is going to go through a morph here in the next 12 to
You
18
and your
months.
D3S.
Yeah.
Right. So, Chuck,
Yes.
what would you change? What physically, because it doesn't matter about the software, that's always changeable.
Right.
But what physically would you change that would fundamentally change the performance of the Z9 for it to be worthy of an S or an X or a something?
I can't answer that because I don't know what technology they're playing with, and that's the great thing about where we're at in cameras right now.
Okay.
I don't know what technology is available to them and what they're experimenting with.
So Sony in 2020 announced the total shutter solution. It exists, it's being made, and Canon allegedly is trying to put it in the R1. Allegedly, they're trying to put it in the CFX Type C card, which is this big, not this big. It's the same thickness, but it's just huge, right?
Yeah.
This has got 2 bus connections. The C has got 4. If I understand it.
Yeah.
And I have no idea if that means twice as fast, 4 times as fast, but it does mean they will charge a lot more for these. Right?
I'm sure that it means faster, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
You're carrying double
faster, and it'll make you choke when you see how much it's going to cost. For the first couple of years.
You're carrying 4 times the amount of information, or not 4 times, but double the amount of information. Now, where does it apply? How does that apply to the camera? It only applies to the buffer, in my opinion.
Well,
with the CF Express C card. It has nothing to do with the functioning of the camera. The camera's operating on its own processing power, period. So will it make a difference in anything in the camera other than the buffer capacity? In my opinion, no. I think that's it.
So it won't fit. So they've got to redesign the shape of the camera.
Yes, they'll have to. There'll be, and that was part of my comment you saw in my thumbnail. This is where I want to go with Sony and Canon talking about, shutterless technology. I do believe it's coming to all brands. I think you're going to see it in, just as you said, in the R1. Will Sony ever abandon the CF Express Type A card? There is no gradual move away from it. It's one of those things you got to rip the Band-Aid off and just be done with it. Sure, Sony folks are going to be upset about it because now they got to go buy additional cards, no doubt about it. But I think you're going to see Sony walk away from the CF Express A card, whether they go to the B or the C, which might be the way to go. I don't know.
Well, I think they've got a bigger problem than the rest of us because their bodies are smaller.
Well, but that appeals to people, and they have to decide what their camera base, their fan base wants. And if that's a big draw to Sony, I don't see them abandoning that.
So they're number 1 in Japan. We've just heard that again.
Yeah.
Good. I think that's great for them.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. And you know what? This is where it comes down to, as I've said so many times when people ask, well, what brand should I buy? Go put your hands on each one of them. And that immediately will give you feedback as to what you actually want. Don't worry about the specs. Everybody's building great cameras right now. But if you like the smaller form factor, then obviously Sony may be the camera you want to go to.
Or the Fuji.
Or the Fuji.
X2 HS or X.
And I don't want to exclude Fuji because there are still so many people that are in love with Fuji, even though you're talking about a crop sensor camera. That doesn't bother a lot of people. So, and that's great
OM.
too.
Yeah, or OM, who, again, the ladies and people who've got small hands love the little Fuji and the OM D or OM1, I can't remember what it's called now, because it's tiny. It's much smaller, right?
They like the Sonys too because they're unlike me. Their fingers won't get wedged between the lens and the grip. For me, it does. So that's my problem.
Anyway, I've got
other than the A1 is okay though. A1 is okay with that.
I've got the new L plate from Small Rig so that is an AirTag holder. So it's fine. It looks very sturdy for me. I'm happy with that. and it fits. That's this weird thing.
Hey, I want to ask a question. When you guys answered Swain's question, I noticed that you asked right before, as I walked away, Andy, you asked about his lens lineup, what he may have. And I don't know if he answered that or not, because obviously that is a consideration. The only reason I bring it up now is because if he doesn't have a lens for a mirrorless Z camera, disregarding everything that he may have, I don't know. But I agree with your assessment on the 24 to 120. I think it's an excellent lens. I think it would perform extremely well, and it gives him just that extra bit of reach. Still having the wide end at 24 millimeter, which would be great for, children, sports, and things like that he's shooting. But I want to mention the fact that if he has anything already in the Z lineup as far as lenses go, a wide angle lens, be it a 24 to 70 f4 or whatever, I think now's the time to consider looking at, for a cheap alternative, that alternate trinity that Nikon has of those Tamron rebranded lenses. The 70 to 180 would be a fantastic lens if he has the wide end covered already. I think that 70 to 180 would be a fantastic lens considering the price point. So anyway, I just wanted to bring that up. I'm not opposed to that lineup at all. It is a very affordable trinity for those that want a trinity of lenses without the cost of the Nikon S line trinity. So
yeah. So I can't see he responded to you, Chuck. So
okay.
Maybe if he was to drop another comment, if he wants more in. We basically said you should be able to get a good deal on the 6.2. And if you get a good deal, that should be a good camera to buy.
It's a camera that gives you plenty of room to work with for now. And if you, later down the road, you ventured into more action sports and things like that, then it would be time to consider an upgrade. But if you don't have that on your mind right now, because if you said, I also want to tamper or play with birding and wildlife and things like that, then I would suggest holding out for a bit, even though it may hurt to hold out a little bit for the Z6 III, which is going to be a different camera. It's going to have the newer autofocus in that camera, so on and so forth. So it's one of those things you got to make a decision. If what you said is what you plan to be shooting for the next year or two, the Z6 II, you can't go wrong.
Even the Z6 is a pretty good camera. I've used that for birding, and it does the job.
I think for me, the fact the 6.2 has got a couple of extra things that make it easier to work connectedly, in-body charging, and a whole variety of other things. That it's massively underrated by people who feel, quote, let down by the 2. I think they're missing the point of what the 2 delivered. I happen to be of the thought that you won't see any significant improvement to the 2 now. I don't see it being in the ecosystem to give them one final extra push, because they're leading up to whatever I hope 3.2, 6.3 as well. But obviously I hope for 26 megapixels, and Chuck, we can go there, but we don't need to.
No.
Oh, come on. I want to see a fight. 26, 33, 26, 33.
I met this lovely fella today.
It'll be 30 plus.
Yeah. I've put my dollar down. You put yours. I met this lovely guy, Edward Lloyd. He's in his 80s today. He shoots socials. He shoots socialites, right?
Yeah.
He shoots it with a D7 something. And he was talking to Rishi, he was talking to other people, and they basically said, Edward, the best, if you want to upgrade, because you don't need to. He was at Ascot yesterday. And he shoots with a SB 910 flash.
Yeah.
Because you need to light the face and give a key light, right? And he said, if you want to buy any camera today, Edward, the best thing for you, D850.
Yeah.
Don't. And I was with him for maybe an hour and a half, because
Still a very good camera.
I never shut up, right? And I was showing him. I said, "Look at this," and I lent him my Z8 with the 8512 that I borrowed from NPS. I put that on because there's pretty models there. I said, look, and I just went click, 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 because I have my thumb on the AF-ON. For me, that's 3D tracking. I said, just, it's in the center of the frame, stick it near her head, press the button, and then see what you can do. And of course, he's been doing headshots and portraits for 1,000 million years.
Yeah.
Of course, whatever he did was far better than I could touch, right? Because he's brilliant, and I'm not. So perfect for him, the 850. He shoots 24 megapixel.
Yeah, and that's fine for those that want to focus, recompose, or do whatever. That's fine. But we're beyond now. I tire of the DSLR comparisons.
Well, hold on. Yeah. So I was showing him what we could do with a Z8, and he was advised and has had the advice to stay with the DSLR because he's in his 80s and he doesn't need to relearn something, and he works every day. Yeah, exactly.
The only question I would have is, do you want to? If you don't want to, end of discussion. Stick with it. You're fine. You're absolutely fine.
No, he's bowled over. I think he'll buy a Z8 as well.
Yeah.
Right? But for his work, so tonight he's shooting a gala because it's Ascot Racing Week. So all the Arabs are in town basically, and everybody's in town. And so there's parties every night. And he goes to the parties he's paid to shoot for magazines and things.
Yeah.
And I said to him, would you take a brand new camera to one of those? He said, no, you crazy? I'm taking my D7, whatever it is. I think it was a 750. I can't remember.
That's why I've still got a Z6.
No, and I said, it's the last thing you want to do. And he said, of course it is. Right. So for all of these professionals who earn a living by selling their shots, their images, he's selling his images as he walks out the room.
Well, there you go.
They're being squirted.
He's good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the rest of us, so there was maybe 100 people there today, most of whom are old buggers like me and you and the others. I had 2 great conversations with wedding shooters. One does Asian weddings. The other guy does Jewish weddings, frankly. They both shoot 8,000 shots in a day, which starts at 7 a.m. and finishes 2 in the morning. Right? Yeah. It's work. Yeah. It's like Vaughan said. The difference is they use a processing house, or one of them does, the Asian guy. Yeah. He's down to 10 cents an image to get an image processed. So he just calls them, sits them on a shared site, and they're picked up and turned around overnight. His deliverable for £2,800 for a wedding is 1,000 images. These are crazy numbers for you and me.
Yeah, it is.
That's what they have to deliver.
But you made a point by saying old buggers, and that's the point I've been making for a long time, is we've tried to drive the train for Nikon, and that hasn't worked. Nikon has ignored us, and they should, because Nikon needs to build a base that's going to grow up in the brand rather than trying to get people at 30 or 40 years old to switch. Which brings me to Leon's comment here. He says, I think majority of mirrorless users are at the stage already happy with the cameras they have or we have. Anything new would have to blow my socks off for me to even consider buying anything else yet. And that's fine. I agree with that, Leon.
Yeah. And that's why even the $8,000 R1.
But even now, I'm not so sure that applies. I don't think anybody can trump the rest of the other brands enough to say that, okay, this is the way to go from now on. Just wait in your brand, and your brand is going to pick up with whatever comes out next.
Sure.
So yeah, absolutely. I won't try to convince anybody to switch brands, although there are some people, even in comments, that have stated, and I'm not saying this to provoke an argument or discussion even, that have stated on Jen's, in the comments on Jen's video about the 180 to 600, one individual said that he had walked away from Nikon, but with this lens and the other lenses that Nikon have dropped of recent, he is now considering selling his Sony gear and going back to Nikon. There will always be some people that will do that.
Sure.
But it's not going to be a mass exodus from any brand. But one brand, and if a brand suits you better as far as the lens lineup goes, then that's I would consider that a smart move. And whatever brand it is, if they have a better lens lineup for you, then by all means, that's a consideration. So anyway, just wanted to bring that up as well.
Yeah.
Wait. I don't think an R1 is going to make any other. It is not going to make the majority of Nikon or Sony shooters leave to buy an R1 any more than everybody left Canon or Sony to go buy a Z9.
It's an agency targeted camera.
Yeah. It's going to be an incremental improvement in some areas and a few features that are different, and then the next guy will leapfrog that like it always happens, and it's like, what's the point? You could get caught in that game, and it's a very expensive game when you switch brands. Very expensive.
But the real investment is in your time to get used to the new way of working. It's massive, and people think, oh, well, I can take photos. Sorry, you can't. You can, of course, but you're not going to maximize the benefit until you've really spent the time. Yeah. So I'm editing photos while we talk.
The camera.
Yeah.
John Riley. Sorry, I just not seeing your comment. Hello. All right. So I think we would all agree that the fact is right now, well, the camera market is no matter what brand you are in, it's a good brand to be in. If you're happy with
to be a photographer.
Yeah, if you're happy with it, if you're happy with the ergonomics of it, with the aesthetics of it, it feels great in your hand, then stick with it. I don't care what brand it is. On this question of the R1, though, do you guys really believe that the R1 is going to come in at $8,000? I don't.
I do.
Could do.
I think it'll be very high.
It'll be close.
Yeah.
I don't. I think that they're going to become more competitive, just like Nikon did. I think the R1 is going to shock some people. I'm not saying it's going to be $5,500. Don't get me wrong here, but I think it's going to be less than most people think it will be.
So just think about the market, though, for that camera. So the market for the R3 camera are stringers, working, sports, and
I have thought about the market. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it.
One is people who served by R3. Really, I say it's 40 to 50 megapixels.
Mm-hmm. Will be.
Right? They're pretty sure about that. Canon rumors. And those are stringers. These are not you and me, Chuck. These are not normal wildlife people.
I will admit that that Canon painted themselves into a corner somewhat with the R3 and the price of that camera. Mm-hmm. But I still believe the R1 is going to surprise people. I'm not saying it's going to be like, wow, I got to go buy one, even though I shoot Nikon because it's $4,500. I'm just saying that I think it's going to be less than most people think it's going to be.
The problem in Canon space is the price of the glass. If you think Nikon glass is expensive, look at Canon and Sony glass, $17,000.
Maybe, but we're talking about the R1 right now. The cost of the R1.
To a thing called a lens, right? The lenses are expensive.
Well,
I'm the Nikon ones.
But if you're in the Canon camp, and you're going to buy the R1 again, I go back to, I don't think it's going to be as expensive as people think. We will see. We'll get to see this before too awfully long, because I do believe it's due out within the next 8 months. I think.
Well, the problem is it's been a rolling target for a while, and the rumors are it's the technology. It's the technology that's causing the problem. It's not that easy.
Well,
and it's like they've taken everything they possibly could put in it, and that's what's in the rumors. So a Type-C card, which nobody has, blah, 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 all this stuff. Who knows?
Yeah.
Greg, that would make sales by my friends not happen, my friends who make the fee.
It's just like car manufacturers. They leave room for third parties to add on and do things, and that's just the way it is and the way it's going to remain.
Rishi thinks most people will take the collar off.
Well, take the collar off, or you do like I did on my 80 to 400, and you just go buy the new collar. I bought the Kirk collar for my 80 to 400, which has a Arca Swiss foot on it.
Is it $300 or something like that?
No, it wasn't. No.
Okay, just asking.
Probably $100 and a half.
It's not free.
Easy.
Yeah,
it's not free.
And we've all got these. I mean, I've got a crate full of these plates, right? All different sizes.
I just put the plates on. That's all I do. I bought one Kirk.
That's on the 200, 500, Chuck. Yeah. It's a big chunky plate. It's a big chunky replacement foot.
Yeah, well, this is on the 80 to 400.
Oh, 80 to 400, yeah.
The replacement collar from Kirk, and it might have been $150, maybe a little less or whatever.
Yeah.
Did I have to do it? No, but for those that want to do it, you can. Or like I did with my other lenses, I just put a Arca Swiss plate on the bottom of the foot. Yeah, I know that's not as sexy and everything else, but it works fine for me.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I didn't like about I bought I'm pretty sure I'd have to go digging through, but I'm pretty sure I bought a Kirk foot. The problem was the gap between the lens, the outer diameter of the lens and the foot. It's tight, you know, your fingers are getting pinched in there, at least for me anyway. And I like the gap that's on the foot of the Nikon. I just wish they'd put Arca Swiss on it.
They're not going to because they're
bigger. They're not going to. None of them. Nobody.
Did you ever try a stubby, which is the 200 f2? Because I've tried flat foot replacements. I actually put a stepped foot. I had to drill out the stepped foot to make it fit. Because if you think you want a crazy way of attaching a foot, that stubby is nuts, right? The only way to hold the stubby is to put a handle underneath it.
Yep.
So I bought the handle. The handle's stupid. I've got it out here somewhere. But the stubby is a great lens. It's just really big and heavy.
Yeah, that's so tight.
It is very tight. Yes.
Yeah. So you can bolt on a different foot, but you can't then flip the lens hood because the lens hood on the stubby is designed to go over that.
That is correct, and that's the reason I bought it.
Yeah. I just gave it. I gave those options away when I sold the whole thing.
No brand is, well, at least not anytime soon, in my opinion, is going to take away from third party by adding Arca Swiss to their lenses.
No.
Man, how many?
And if you're spending $12,000 on a lens, to spend $200 is nothing. If you're spending $1,600 to spend what? $100.
And it's expensive when they give way.
Which, the Nikon ones or the new ones?
The Nikon ones, any of them, when they release.
Oh yeah. If you're hanging a lens off a strap and the foot breaks, which is why you ought to buy from Zanelli in Italy the carbon fiber special foot as designed by Andy Miller.
don't be taking
operators are standing by.
It's made by the guy who makes Ferraris.
No.
He might be. He's just a lovely fellow out of Torino.
I agree, Gustavo. It definitely going to open it's going to open up the market. A lot of people are going to become birders if there weren't enough already, and wildlife photographers, but even more now because everybody.
So Rishi and others have said the following about using it with teleconverters. Obviously, you can put a 1.4 on and hear it. They said, Poland said f9. I'm not sure he's right, but certainly you're out at f11 or f13 if you put a 2 on. So I wouldn't want to see that lens like the 800.
I'll handle it, but not a lot of cameras would handle that.
Yeah, I don't like the f11, f13 as a base ISO, a base aperture.
No, it's not attractive, is it?
Yeah, it's not a good start. So f6.3 plus 2 is f13. You got it right. I'll give Poland $1.
I like your comment, Leo. D9X, 60 megapixel unlimited flash.
I don't think so. Maybe 50. 60 is too much. You'll get into diffraction at 60.
Are you talking full frame or cropped, Leo?
Full frame.
No. You're assuming, Roy, that people with the cropped insanity don't want to go for a gigapixel on a rat's head.
Well, again, there are enough cameras out there. Let them have it. If Nikon sees that they can sell it, that's all Nikon's looking at. Nikon doesn't care.
When's your birthday, Chuck? When's your birthday?
November 5th.
Right. So I'll have to send you Michael Porter's competitive strategy, which is something I studied a very long time ago, which is exactly what you're saying is what no company should do, which is sell a whole bunch of things and lose what they're good at. I'm
not saying sell a whole bunch of things. There is room in the existing lineup to morph to what everybody wants.
Nah. You have to do what you're told.
Well, what's funny is when working in business in manufacturing my whole life, a motto that was strongly used was the customer comes first. You got to give the customer what they want, but when it comes to the Arc of Swiss feet, nobody's listening.
No. Again,
they're not giving the customer what they want.
There are reasons for certain decisions, no doubt about that. That go beyond what we care. We don't care to hear your reasons. We want it, and that's that. Isn't that what you said? Isn't that what you said about me, Andy?
Who, me? Would I dare?
My petulant child syndrome.
Yeah, you've got a lot of that going.
Yeah, I know.
So
I know.
I just come to Craig's comment. We dealt with this already, Craig, but okay. The simple facts are certain people in Nikon USA who wrote a press release and then gave, I can't remember his name, the script, were not authorized to do so. And Nikon does not comment about future firmware.
Yeah.
And all that seems to have happened is Nikon corporate in Tokyo has told every Nikon affiliate around the world to get themselves back in order. There is no evidence.
I can be a lot more succinct than Andy. Don't worry about it. It's going to happen.
There's absolutely no evidence of any strategy to separate the two cameras. I don't care what the idiots on wherever are saying.
Yeah, I don't either. It's going to happen. Don't worry about it.
We'll
all know 6 months from now what they want to do.
Part of my conversation today with a certain gentleman was I'm pushing for ISO 64 in video. I'm pushing for ISO. They can't necessarily call it ISO, so it might. I said I don't care. Call it low 12. Just get us down from 600 to 400 to 200 to 100 to 64. So that we can kill off this insanity of having to have ND filters in front of on the mount.
And I, big faux pas on my part. I didn't see you comment or you in here yet, Mr. Ray. Thank you very much, Ray from Berwick upon Tweed. I'm sorry, I gotta say
it. Chuck, can I just give you the pronunciation? It's Berwick. It's not Berwick.
Berwick upon Tweed. Okay.
It is the independent country of Berwick upon Tweed.
I like that. I like that. Yeah.
It's a little fortified town between Scottyland and Ingieland, right? That's held itself a little separate for a while.
Isn't Tweed the river?
Yes, it's on the River Tweed.
Cool.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Which is one of the best trout fishing rivers.
I passed through there.
I always like seeing Mr. Ray in here because I like saying Berwick upon Tweed. Now I'll say it correctly. So, hey, we got 73 people in here that are watching. I always appreciate everybody that jumps in to watch. I hope you're enjoying the show. You're welcome to join the conversation, be it on the panel or in the chat. By all means, drop your comments or questions in the chat. Don't worry, we don't beat anybody up here for a comment that they may make. We may disagree, but that's okay. So I'm saying all this to say, would you please drop a like? I don't ask for subscriptions. You'll do that if you want to, but a like. It keeps me motivated every time I look at the likes and see that, well, okay, we're doing something right. So I just appreciate it if you would drop a like if you're in here viewing. All right. That said, that out of the way. I'm trying my best. I'm so far behind on the daggone comments.
Don't believe anything a rep says to you. They don't know. If the head of NPS Europe says, as he did to me today, not me, 100 people today, we know one day before when a firmware update is coming. A rep is frankly just making it up, trying to sell you stuff. Okay? Because they're not a Nikon rep. They're a shop rep, right? And if they are telling you something, it's puffery. Okay? It's what they believe. It's not coming from the company.
Man, there's something. I wish I'd have got here earlier, Maz. Used excellent condition Z6 IIs are going for $1,200 to $1,300 on what is it? Free Miranda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, Great deal. Plus, look for the refurbished deals in Nikon USA as well. If you're in the US, the refurbished would be a great way to go too. So yeah, that's an excellent camera. If you don't have a desire for all the other bells and whistles, it will support what you want to do. You can't pass up that deal.
Yeah,
great camera for the money.
Yeah, yeah. But don't expect it to be a Z9. It's not, or a Z8. It's a great camera from 99% of the uses.
Yep. Yeah.
I have one here. It's filming me today.
Yeah, and Compton Design, he also brought that up too. Might be worth starting with a Z6, Z6 II, and that might be the catalyst for moving up to a Z8 or Z9 or a new Z6 III later down the road. I agree.
Camera to learn.
Yep.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll never have a reason to throw it out.
No.
That's for sure. I mean, it's not going to be a bad deal to
Here's
get it.
the Z6 as my streaming camera, and it's been streaming. It's probably got, well, what, maybe already 100 hours. Oh, it's probably more than that. Probably 150 hours streaming, and it's a fantastic lens. The autofocus in it for video, and I haven't shot any stills with it for so long, but in video is pretty remarkable, as you can see. So anyway, there's my Z. I got a Z6 II over there on the counter. The only reason I'd buy a Z6 III is to finish the Trinity. I could say I had them all. Oh man, Gustavo's got to take off. Oh man. Oh, sorry, Gustavo. All right, I'm trying to get down to some more of the more current comments, but I don't want to pass anybody up. All right, I'm going to jump to the bottom and try to stick with it here. If you left a comment that I hadn't addressed yet and you want to readdress it in the chat, by all means do. I did catch this real quick. Lee Rothman says he has the Kirk foot coming for his 1-400. Okay.
Yeah.
But they also make collars, and that's what I had on my 80-400. So those of you that have ordered the 180-600, just hang on a bit, because Kirk and others will have a collar for that
within a year.
Yeah.
They're all showing signs of their scratchiness. The Z8 plates are slow to come out. I just got 2 small rig ones, which I thought were going to arrive in August, and they arrived today. They're great. They're fine for me.
I found the Z9 cage was a bit tight. Sometimes it's a bit hard getting the battery in and out, but I got a very early one.
So there's a little trick on the small rigs, which if you haven't discovered, is this little pin at the top. You need this little pin that goes into the strap fitting, and then it becomes rock solid. And you need to loosen this holding pin on the right.
The small rig cage on my Z9, I didn't even put the cage together. I just used the bottom plate. That's all I used.
Like you.
That's the Z8 one, which is now going in a bin until I need to shoot Cine. A bin being a crate.
I've kind of got attached to that. I wish, I like a full body plate on the bottom since I did that with the Z9. So yeah. I like that.
So the only issue for me, guys, is using this button here, which is the AF mode button. I tend to leave this bracket out a tiny bit. I know you can tie it to that, but then it makes getting in and out the ports easier, and I'm always getting in and out.
Well, the only reason I want a cage at all, and I have one on the Z6, is because of all the peripherals that you can mount to the cage.
Oh, sure.
Otherwise,
the microphone or something.
Yeah. Otherwise, I have no need for the full cage. But yeah.
And I just bolt that little Arca Swiss plate on the side so I can use it vertical. If I want to.
Yep.
This would have a rosette mount on it for the MCN10, but the idiots have not delivered the thing they promised to deliver to me. Sorry, the lovely delivery company. 5 days now, they still can't actually find my house. They've been everywhere else on the planet. Maz
says the 600 with the TC2X would be good for moon and not much else. Yeah, I got to tell you, for anybody that hasn't shot a super telephoto lens, if you're going to get this 180 to 600 and you're thinking about the 2X TC, you can't find your subject looking through the.
You can, but it takes a lot of practice.
Yes, so
You really have to get good at it to use a.
It better be a real big
1200 millimeter.
subject, like an elephant or a Mack
the
truck.
reason I'm saying that is for those that are thinking about doing that, spend some time with your 180 to 600 first, because it is a learned trait to be able to find a subject, especially the smaller it is, the harder it is to find. Because
You
when
should
you
try
look through,
1,000 mm with the triple TC.
when you look through the EVF or even on the back of the camera, the LCD, and you're moving it around everywhere,
Where's your image gone?
the entire background looks the same, no matter how much you look up and try to find a focal point. So anyway, yeah,
I agree.
but I'd only
put the 1.4 on the 600, 180 to 600 anyway.
Some people are going to do it, Roy. It's just inevitable.
I don't know why you put TCs on a long lens.
Because you do.
But I actually bought a plate that I fixed to mount to the hot shoe, and I put a aim point sight on top of that, and which gives me a wide angle of view with that little bitty dot, so that I can actually find. There you go. Yep. That
I've got the same thing.
I get in the ballpark of
Never
what
use it, but I've got it.
Yep.
So this is a gun sight.
Yep.
It comes with a NATO rail, and I just put that little foot,
Yep.
which fits in the hot shoe.
Yep.
And it works fine. But what I find is it's better on the screw-on hoods. Just put the bolt on the top, and then all you got to do is line the bolt up.
Okay. Yeah.
On the hood.
Yeah.
On the slightly cheaper lenses, on the lenses with these plastic hoods, you can just put anything there on the end of the hood, and then you just line it up. You don't need that, which weighs something. It's not
and easy to lose,
and quite easy to bash. But it's got every different option you can, because people are shooting with these things, right? So I find that just learn to shoot with two eyes open, and your ability to track and put the lens on a fast-moving subject like a Falcon or whatever is amazingly different. But you got to get used to that style of shooting, right? Style of aiming and panning. It's not instantaneous. From going from that, in my case, because I'm right eye dominant, to that is not easy. I mean,
no, it's not. It's one of those things you have to continually practice with. I've tried doing it myself. I even started shooting. Well, this is when I was in the military.
Yeah,
I started shooting with both eyes open, and that takes a lot of training to be able to do it.
Well, they teach pistol shooting that way.
Yes, and that's what. Yeah,
but it takes a long time.
And after, if you're trying to teach somebody to do that after a week, you just give up and say, no, go back to what we're doing.
You don't get your qualification if you can't do it after a while, I think. Don't tell me which one it is in the US military. But,
that's the one with Gomer Pyle in it.
Oh, man. All right. So let me keep skimming down to the bottom here. Sorry about that again, folks. It's how slow I am. There's just so much to cover. So if anybody would like to join the panel, by all means do so. Just send me an email to AP. Well, I see I may have an email here waiting. Oh, yeah.
So let's talk about the 70 to 180, which was the other lens I touched today. It's tiny. It's really, really small, and it looks like it. I think it's 62 or 65 mil at the filter end. And obviously when it's down at 70, it's really tiny, but obviously it extends, right? But it's constant aperture. It's 2.8. It does not.
And it doesn't really extend that much either. Maybe a couple inches at the most.
So the saving comes from two places. One is it does not have VR in the lens.
Yep.
And secondly, it has the, quote, older style AF motors, rather than the new push style motors. As a result, it's going to be a wee bit, that's Scottish for a little bit, slower to get from A to B, right? But because the glass is lighter, it may well perform exactly the same. And this is why people will test it and people will find out. Yeah.
Yep.
Funny thing is, Nikon made a 70 to 180 in a macro zoom.
They did, yeah. It's got a very short closest focusing distance. So what Rishi said, I think, and certainly Rob said it, is if you slap a 2.2 times teleconverter on it, you are very close to a 400 f4.
I did that on the 70 to 200, and that's fairly sharp. So that you can sort of get away with that on that.
I think the closest focusing distance at 180 is closer than the 200 is, but I don't know. We could find out.
The 200, the 70 to 200 is a faster lens, though.
Oh, it's wonderful. I've got it, but it does.
Me too.
You know, and obviously you can put an extension tube on if you want to. I've done that. There's whole varieties of ways you can make these things work, but because it's smaller, it's going to be attractive to the more macro-ish or semi-macro.
That is attractive.
It's very attractive.
If you'd like to join the panel, folks, the email address is there at the bottom of the screen. Just send me an email, and I'll pass the link to you. Yeah. So for all the,
all those.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Matt Irwin.
Hey, the 2.8 series of lenses they came out with are just they're great for someone that's traveling. They don't want to. They want to carry. They want to carry light gear. They don't want to carry anything heavy.
I've not seen the price for it. So how much is it? Is it under 1,000?
No, I think it's $1,250.
Yeah, yeah, a little more. Yeah.
So good price.
Yeah, come on. Yeah. So the alternative,
you're not going to kick it out of bed for that.
Yeah. I love the fact that they have two separate Trinities, the more affordable and then the Nikon S line Trinity. So I think it's great.
So the thing we're missing is what are Sigma, because there's an alliance with Sigma as well, I believe. What are they going to deliver? When do we start to see Sigma product?
I don't know.
It seems to be slow coming for whatever reason. I would have thought it was going to be the 1.4 lenses was what they were going to use them for.
Well, that's a clash with the 1.2s and the 1.8. So for me, I think right now we're waiting for the 35 and the 135, and I think that's it. That's all that's left.
I'd like a 135. That'd be nice.
So the 135, 1.8 probably. I used to have the Sigma Art, and it's a wonderful lens if you've got space to use it. Wonderful lens.
They need a fast wide, like a 14 1.8 or something like that. They need.
So
that's what I said to Rob was, amongst many other things, was I want to see a 20 mil something special and shorter. But really,
pretty good.
20 mil something special means something around the knocked level. So Astro and other people have got a lens they can just use. The 1.8's fine, but it's not special.
It's pretty sharp.
Yeah, it's pretty sharp.
Whoa. What do you mean it's nothing special?
I'm quite clear in my language. I speak language. I've done for 60-something years.
Which one are you talking about? I'm sorry. What lens? I wasn't
paying attention. 20 1.8.
21.8.
I haven't dog in the fight. I don't deal with that, but a lot of people seem to love it.
No, they do, and it's fine. But it wouldn't make me. And I was saying I've got the 14 to 24 28 2.8. For me to buy a lens that covers anything in that area, other than a fisheye, which I like, by the way. So I like my 16 mil and I like my 8 to 15. It would have to be something special, and so for it to be something special, it probably needs to be in the f1.2, f1 level lens, and with all that rendering and quality. And that 20 mil is my landscape lens of choice every day when I'm allowed to shoot landscape.
Yeah, I've got one 20 millimeter lens, and it's on the streaming camera right now. It's the 14 to 30.
But the 21-1.8 is a brilliant astro lens.
Oh,
I agree.
yeah.
A half stop
Yeah.
more would be nice.
Yeah,
Anybody
but it's more the chromatics and all the rest of it around the whole thing, and to have that extra bit of brightness would be cool. I gave him my list of things. I gave
we're doing astrophotography for this month coming up, the photos. But I mean, for you astrophotographers, you guys get in as deep as other genres, because to me, I'll shoot astro with whatever lens I've got on. I don't care. If it has to be a little bit longer, what's the rule there for?
The thing is, the stars are moving, and you've got
there's a rule for that though. Half of the
that's why you need the speed and the tracker and
or double the focal length for a shutter speed or something. I don't know. I mean, you got a little leeway there. I know if you're an absolute astro tracking person, it makes a big difference. But I'm not so concerned with it. I guess it doesn't bother me at all. Daryl says the 500 rule is what it is. So you show me a Milky Way photo, and I'm not looking in the corners to see if there's any coma.
It's just if you have to shoot for 30 seconds or more, you could get star trails instead of sharp stars.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have enough room to play with even lenses that are 2.8, in my opinion. Crank up a little ISO.
Exposures. That's the crock of it.
But I know, but I don't shoot enough of it to even care. Like I said, I see people posting photos of their, the Milky Way or whatever. Again, I'm not looking in the corners to see if there's any coma or if there's any movement in any of the stars or anything. It's just either cool or it isn't. It's just the way it is. Sure. Everybody needs to be like me.
Sold a lot of people into astro.
Mozman was out this past weekend on a little journey doing astrophotography and Milky Way photography.
Yeah.
And so he had a good time.
Yeah. And you guys have got dark skies in some parts of your country, and you can do that. Yeah. I live in the brightest part of the freaking country. I've got to go a long way.
Man. I live on the east coast of the USA. I mean, I'm an hour from New York City, and you're going to complain about light pollution? You have no idea.
I've lived there. And I'm 5 minutes from London. So, okay, here we go. How bright is your back garden?
Yeah. I always get that lovely yellow haze when I'm shooting to the south because, that's where New York City
Philadelphia is.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting to 20, and then I said, well, I don't really do much astro, and I says, for what little I would do, I says I would probably get more use out of the 24-1.8 than I would the 20, but I still haven't done anything, haven't pulled the trigger on anything.
I think the 14-24, the 24-70 2.8, and the 70-200 are so very good that something very special would have to come to make me. And so it did with the 1.2s, the 50 and the 85. I wasn't going to buy either, but I own them now because I'm crazy. And I just like how they grow. In fact,
you're not crazy.
What's looking at me now?
You're not crazy. You wanted it, you got it. I think it's great.
Spoken to my bank manager.
Yeah. Yeah. And the 85 has become my, the lens I really want to play with more than any other lens right now. I love that lens.
Yeah. So, I was shooting this model with the borrowed 85 today, and I was explaining to this guy, wonderful, who makes money out of taking pictures of people. I said, "This, compare this and this," and he said, "I get it." And I'm shooting it at f8. I'm not shooting at 1.2. It's just the rendering. The rendering is incredible. If you can use it. I was shooting far too slow on that picture.
George says he has had the Sigma 20mm art. Worst purchase, heavy bulbous lens that required special filters. Yeah, just like the 14 to 24G lens. Weather sealing was terrible. Not ideal for astro. now sitting in the drawer because of mold.
Mold is the biggest killer of lenses.
I had the 14 art, 1.4 art, and I thought that was a nice lens. But again, I didn't use it very often. I used the 135 a lot, but not the 14 for some reason.
Yeah, here's Daniel Venter. Hello, Daniel. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. You're welcome to join the panel if you'd like. Just let me know in the chat, and I'll send you the link. Hi, guys. I acquired another lovely 200 f2 as Nikkor lens, and it's insanely sharp. We need to
probably dig up.
Yeah, dig up older gear. Yeah.
I love the older lenses.
Yeah, you guys do.
Yeah. I mean, there are certain lenses, of course, that, you know, no matter how old they are, you're going to use them in a particular way. It doesn't matter how old they are. They're still incredibly sharp and things like that. And a 200 fits into that category, because what are you doing with a 200 f2? I'm not saying only, but you're doing portraiture and things like that. So yeah, a fantastic lens. I saw on Facebook that you had acquired the lens. I haven't seen you talk about it yet, though, Daniel.
I think it's very heavy, Daniel. Is that right? Compared to the stubby that Chuck's got. Is yours the VR1 or the VR2, Chuck?
VR1.
Yeah. So the VR2 was a tiny bit lighter. I can't remember.
They've been making the 200 f2 since the AIS days.
Yeah, exactly. But I thought there was a weight difference between the AIS version and the VR version, and there certainly is some performance difference between the VR1 and the VR2, the original red and the gold one.
But again, you know, for what he does, Daniel, I don't know if everybody's aware of who Daniel Venter is, but if not, you need to check out Daniel Venter. His portraiture is amazing. It's fantastic. He's often in a battle with people over the discussion of whether it's all natural light or using strobes.
Really?
So, yeah, but he doesn't use any strobes. He doesn't use reflectors. It's all natural light, and it's in his processing as well. But the photos, the portraits are just unbelievable. They're fantastic.
But you have to remember that Peter Hurley invented his whole technique because he had a studio in New York with a big window that faced the sun, and that's how he picked his style, built his style.
You're right. He had a south-facing window that provided him with natural light to do his portraits for a long time, and then he fell in love with Kino Flow, and well, the rest is history.
Westcott, is it now? No.
Well, I don't know what he's using now, but it was Kino Flow for a long time. Which when I saw what he was doing, I had to go research and look at Kino Flow, thinking, man, I'd like to have that set up.
Well, you have to learn the Peter Hurley.
No, I didn't want that set up. And his setup was probably about $12,000 in Kino Flow lighting.
Yeah. So Westcott, there's a whole brand called the Peter Hurley brand, and you can buy a whole variety of different ones. I think they're about $6,000. They're all, it's like the 4 panels, and you can get them in just daylight or every other flipping thing under the sun. But the most important thing that he said, which I listened to, was he uses constant light, so he gets the pupil small, so you got as much of the iris showing as possible, and that's what makes part of the shot.
And the only complaint for some people about his portraiture is the fact that the catch lights are different than, anything else.
Well, they were boxed.
Yeah, but I like it. But anyway, that's just me. Roy, do you have a Graflex crown camera? Graflex or Graflex?
No, I don't. They're the old press cameras. I'm not really into them.
I saw Jeffrey rooting around back there, and I'm thinking,
I was trying to find my only bulbous lens that I have is an F mount, a Tokina that I bought. It was a 16 to 28 f2.8, and actually, you read the reviews on this. It got very good reviews back in the day. I liked using it with my F mount. It was pretty darn good lens for the money.
So now's the time for everyone.
Always been interesting.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Roy.
Tokina's always been interesting. They've either got very good lenses or ones that are not so good. But if you can pick the right lens, some of the lenses are very stunning, like their Macro 100.
Yeah.
Daryl says that you could see Nikon coming out with a 14 1.8 at some point. Yeah, I think now's the time for people to become very vocal about the wide end lenses that you want to see from Nikon, because I would assume even they agree that they're pretty much caught up in the telephoto spectrum. So now would be the time for people to start talking about what wide angle or medium angle lenses.
I don't think most people realize how wide 14 millimeters is, though.
It's extraordinary wide.
Yeah. If it was on a crop camera, it'd be okay, but on a full frame camera, it's very wide.
Yeah.
Well, but Chuck, you need the 600 PF. I mean, come on, you're going to be pushing for that now.
I just don't want any more 24 to something lenses.
Oh,
no 24 to something lenses.
Yeah, I've got 24 covered in
fisheye or
the only thing I don't have in 24 is a prime, but I've got it covered in many other lenses. So but
I didn't have a chance to see the grays of Westminster.
I
expect that Con would have rolled his eyes with yet another something to something lens.
Well, look, and I don't want to talk bad about anybody, and I'm not going to talk bad, but I feel like Con has been in a bad mood ever since the Z8 was announced, because it was not the camera that he wanted.
I know.
And it shows, it really does, because he didn't even want to talk about the Z8 much when it was first announced.
Well, I mean, he and I have a little ongoing, I wind him up, I'm sure, because he keeps trying to drag Nikon down market, and I keep telling him it's not on the strategy, because he's convinced that, we've got to get people in the system. I said, yeah, we can. It's not a problem, but we don't need a Z1. Again, some crappy little thing that Sony or Canon might sell. So we shouldn't go there, but you know what I'm saying. He just wants to shoot film with old lenses. Okay. And he wants to shoot medium format, and it's not medium format.
And that's fine. Do what makes you happy. I tried the film thing the other night, and say the least, it wasn't the most watched stream that I've had.
Well, it's 2 a.m. when it started, but you kept going. It was on when I was awake at 7. So you must have kept going for several hours.
Well, it was a couple hours before it died off into something else. Yeah.
So here's the thing about that is, I have 2 different audiences. I have Europe, UK and Europe on the Wednesday stream, and I have Asia on the Saturday stream. And do I repeat a stream? I don't know. Nobody's suggested that yet, but I expect.
I'm not complaining. I'm just noting the fact that sometimes when I wake up on a Sunday morning, you guys are still going.
Hey, here's Daniel's comment about the 200 f2 that he just got. We'll be making video soon. It's shy of 3 kilograms, so it's a heavy lens.
Oh, the 200. Yeah. But the stubby wasn't that light, the one you've got.
No, it isn't. But as I've told this story, I have walked all over an event with that on one camera and 24-70 on the other camera. And you know what? I came home and I wasn't crippled. So enough said about every gram counts. I just get so tired of people leading their videos with, well, every gram counts and this one is 2 grams lighter. If that makes a difference, man, get a life. Get a life.
Get very last version.
Leave your pocket knife at home, and you save the weight.
Get out of photography. Buy a wheelchair, one of those that moves itself, because you are clearly not somebody. If 2 grams is too much weight to carry, literally, well, this one's 8 grams lighter, so it's a better buy. Really? That's your recommendation? If it's lighter, well, Nikon could just make plastic lenses with terrible glass, and everybody should be recommending them.
So the 200 and 300 latest generation weigh exactly the same, which is 2.93 kilos, which I won't convert because I'm English. And you guys should grow up in the 21st century.
And you can't hang on to everything, Britt. You have to. Here's
how insane I am. I read the debate that your Congress had about going metric, And the insanities that came out just drove me to beyond laughter. But anyway, so it's 6.5 pounds. That's the latest generation. So I don't know what the older one was, whether it was the same or light or heavier. I don't think it was lighter. And it looked to me like it had the same objective lens as the 300, exactly the same size and shape. I don't know, Roy, whether that's technically right, but you used to go like that, and they were the same.
D750, great camera. Got really very little respect early on, whatever the issue was, but that was soon remedied. The fact is, there were probably more wedding photographers out there using a D750 than any other camera.
Well, and you can just say that's where the Z6 came from. It's the same sensor.
It is.
It's the same mechanics. It's the same chip.
And dynamic
they
range.
rehoused it. They rehoused it. That's all they did, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Did the first Z6 have IBIS?
Yes.
It did?
It does.
So they must have put IBIS in the Z6, not in the D850. I don't think the D850's got... The D750's got IBIS.
No, it hasn't.
No.
Dank Donardo, Taquino 100, 2.8 macro for sale. Call me.
Trouble is, it doesn't autofocus on a Z camera.
There you go. I love to, take. I love this. Although I don't know what I was right about. According to Andy, I'm not right about a lot.
No. That's incorrect.
I'm just busting your chops, Andy.
You're
Come
just
on,
selectively wrong. So the Z6 III is
Hey, I'm the only one that can use the word selective.
There you go. So you were right, Andy, a minute ago when you were talking about the 600 PF. Yes, that is a lens that I'd be very much interested in. Absolutely.
If it's as good as the 400, 4.5.
So I think it'd be priced the same as the 800 minus maybe 1,000, but not a lot more than that.
Yeah, I agree, and that would suit me. That's a lens I would splurge for, I think.
Yeah. And my guess was 5.6. I don't see it being brighter than that. So somewhere between the 4.5 and the 6.3.
As a matter of fact, it wouldn't surprise me if it was a 6.3 as a PF lens.
Well, technically, if it's got the same objective size as this 800, then it can just go between the two. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We'll see when they make it.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go, Nikon. That's my wish list, but I don't expect that anytime soon because there are way too many other things that you need to be concentrating on now. Not Chuck's.
The 400 4.5 and the 600 5.6 PF would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the maths for a 5.6. It should weigh about 2 kilos.
That's what I'd expect.
And yeah, so that's just an average of take the 400 and take the 800 and halve it. It's simple.
Fair enough. You're probably about right.
Yeah, and you could do something similar with the price. Plus a tiny wee bit.
There's my buddy David. He said almost no one showed up, but he was happy to be on talking about our film camera discussion. But yeah, we had a good time anyway.
So most of the wedding photographers at the event today shoot 24 megapixel JPEGs, and that's what they're basically doing.
That's all they need.
And it's all they need. Some of them shoot RAW and process them if the lighting is terrible. But they're shooting 8,000 images in a day.
Too many. No,
it's to get a coverage of 1,000 out, right? We're not talking 30 anymore. We're talking 1,000. There's two shooters, 2 guys doing everything.
I agree wholeheartedly, Leo. I agree. And I just saw a beautiful lady photographer on Nikon. I think it was Nikon Canada anyway, holding the 180 to 200 or 600 with a Z9 or Z8 on it, hand holding and shooting. Yeah. I mean, all right, fellas, if you can't handle that, well, I don't have much to say to you.
Well, that means have your wife shoot for you.
But okay. I will say this.
My D5.
Of course, there are people that have a physical issue, maybe something, or maybe even some of us getting a little old, at some point. But for the most part, if you can't handle that, I'm sorry. I just can't get beyond this. It weighs too much. It's too big.
No, it's just pathetic.
Anyway,
But,
there are cameras out there that will suit you. There you have it. And I hope you're happy with them. Absolutely. I'm all for that. Yep.
Roy, you got to take out that film camera that you showed last weekend if you want to see big. That one that you, I don't know if it was a Bronica or what you had there. I forget.
Talking about a 10-inch wet plate.
He had a huge beast of a camera that he showed. So anybody that's complaining about the weight of their Z9 or anything, oh yeah, here he comes with it. He's limping back with it. It's so heavy. It's
9 kilos without the lens. 9 pounds without the lens.
Yeah.
And that's a 645.
That's a 6x9.
6x9. Okay. Yeah. So that's $5 a shot.
Yeah.
Before you start.
That's amazing though to look at that.
It's a struggle to.
That is. That was the highlight of the show.
Oh yeah. I love it.
I wouldn't mind, but I've got 2 or 3 of them.
Because you're crazy, Roy. And I haven't mentioned the cricket more than twice, which I'm appalled over. Australia beat England yesterday. Bastards.
Good. I don't even watch it.
Yeah, but
there you go, Hank. I'll throw it up here for a minute. I have the Z9 and I have the Z8, and I'm not getting rid of my Z9. I got it purposely to be a companion camera when I want to carry both, and I love both of them.
Me too. It's the Z8 is not an upgrade to the Z9. It's a supplement.
Yeah.
Yes. And it doesn't do everything that my Z9 will do. As far as capabilities, yes, but I'm talking about like battery life and heat dissipation, which we brought up way too much to even talk about it anymore. But yeah, but I like it. Studio camera, fantastic. I love the Z8.
Yeah.
And that 1.2 85 on it. That's my go-to rig. I mean, it
makes a good webcam too.
Yeah. Are you using it? So for me, just in the hand, I find the 85 a little bit front heavy on the 8, but it's perfect on the 9. Just to annoy Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you're right. That's all that does is annoy me because I don't care about front heavy, and I know everybody gets wrapped around the axle.
It's all that army training.
It is. Carrying half your weight, your body weight on your back.
Yeah, exactly.
Helps out with some of these complaints that other people have.
Yeah.
Leon's asking, did Nikon sort out the D750 shutter mech issue? Yes, they did. And that was the reason I think it went on to be such a huge seller.
Was that one they had to recall some cameras?
I can't remember whether it was a recall. I think it was, was, or for some of the people or whatever. Yeah.
We just have to remember every now and again, a component's not a good one and they put it in and they don't find out until later.
Yeah.
And it's good that they do it for free. Yeah.
I like Jeff and Leslie's comment. It weighs too much and it's too big. Not sure what you're talking about, but that's going to be my standard answer on this chat today.
You're not allowed to talk about your wife that way, mate.
Hey, Andre, I just want to defend David here for just a minute. One of the issues he has is bandwidth, where he's streaming from. So it's quite an issue. Every now and then you'll see that he'll pop in and video, but it won't last long. So it's a bandwidth thing. I agree with you. If I go on somebody's stream, I'm not going on voice only. I'm going to go on with video or whatever. I'm not going to go. So I agree with you. But we make an exception for our buddy David because he really has no control over that. So I'm with you though.
Yeah. We're all limited by the technology they can deliver to your house or your office.
Oh,
and I get 5 megabytes upload speed, and it drives me crazy.
I hope I didn't get you fired at work for laughing.
David, you're absolutely right. In the military, we talk about this all the time, but most people wouldn't understand it, so I don't even go there. You're right. Your body can do a whole lot more than your mind will allow if you let your mind control you.
Yeah.
Yep, no doubt about it. So Hank says, what made the 2 to 500 on the D850 so fantastic was the ease of hand holding. I think that you're going to find that this one's even different. The 180 to 200, everybody seems to agree because it's more balanced and it's not front heavy.
Well, the main thing is you're not sitting here focusing and doing rack to get from one end of the focus range to the other. I mean, that one's.
Now, I understand that I'm saying this based on.
But I still loved it and I owned it. So I could complain about it because I owned it.
There you go. Understand that I'm talking about using it on a Z8 or Z9. We haven't seen anybody that's played with it with a Z7 or Z6 II yet, but we'll see.
Have.
The 180 to 600.
No, the 200 to 500.
Right. So I'm talking about, the ease, how it feels hand holding it. I think on the Z8, not everybody's going to have the Z8 or the Z9. I understand that. So, but we haven't, seen anybody shooting it on a Z6 II or Z7 II yet. I'm sure we'll see a video soon, somebody doing that. So there you go. Oh man, Jeff and Leslie, it weighs too much and it's too big. Not sure what you're talking about, but that is going to be my standard answer on this chat today. Russell Van Kranberg talking about your camera there, Roy. Don't know what I don't know what it is, but
it's a Fuji GX680.
It's still cool looking though. It just looks cool.
It is much bigger than the RB67 because I got one of them as well.
Of course you do.
I've got 3 or 4 lenses for each one as well. I like lenses.
Oh, that's painful.
There you go, Roy. What strap do you use?
S&M.
You pay someone to stand in front of you and then bend over and you put it on their back.
Or just mount it to a wheelbarrow.
Oh man.
No, very heavy tripod.
Yeah, that was the thing about the 750 that nobody recognized until later is the fact that it was so good in low light. The D750 was.
It was dynamic range.
I never owned one, but I saw the comments. I mean, people just fell in love with that camera. And again, it was priced right also. And I have seen several or many wedding photographers carrying the D750. I saw a husband and wife team. I went to my niece's wedding, and the husband and wife team each had 2 D750s on them. So
I've recommended it to several people.
There was a lot of hoopla about it in the very beginning, but somebody shot it in flat profile and found that you could recover so much and very little noise with it. So yeah,
same with the Z6 and Z6 IIs.
Yeah, so many people have talked about that with the Z6 and Z6 II. You're right. So will the new Z6 III have the same attributes? We hope so, right? Which is why,
but only if it's 26 megapixels. If it's 30, it's going to be a disaster.
No, it's not. No, it's not. We're going to get 30 plus because I think Nikon wants to include 6K.
The Z6 doesn't need it.
No, well, if we talked about that earlier, it's going to cater to both stills and video. It has to, because it's the only camera at that price point, that could. So everybody's got to be happy with it, which means nobody will be happy with it because everybody's got to be happy with it. But yeah, I think it will. I think it'll be 30 plus only for 6K in it. Some other things, other goodies.
Well, 6K is at 26 megapixels. I keep saying this to you, but you're not listening. But I don't care at this point. It's a problem. It's just a problem. And technically, it's 6.1K at 26 megapixels.
Well,
But don't worry.
the only reason I can't absolutely say no to your comment, Andy, is because Nikon said there would be no more 24 millimeter.
Well, so Con said that. I've never heard
24
Nikon say that.
megapixel. I'm sorry. Yeah, Nikon did say it.
Where?
It's in one of my streams. I even pulled it up where Nikon said it.
I'm putting my hand over my non-blind eye, and I don't remember seeing that.
Well,
That's
it's
a
because,
Nelson quip, by the way.
see, another reason you should follow me, everybody, because because I don't miss these little things. Of course I miss them, but it is true. Nikon did say it. One of their executives made this statement. He's talking about the way ahead for Nikon. In the same conversation, he also talked about video, their concentration on providing better video.
You're talking about the amateur photographer review at the conference with that manager from the optics team, yeah? Where he said...
I don't remember.
He said something, yeah, okay.
Either a crop or a low megapixel full frame is much better for video than a Z8 or Z9, technically, if you're going to do 4K or 6K.
Yeah.
Well, because you're going down the Super 35 route, yeah? Yeah.
Oh, I got to do something with this microphone. I got to find a better setup. This is driving me crazy.
Oh, that's nice.
Edward, I haven't even read it yet. Sorry, guys, was occupied with the pets in the house, missing some days. But also due to Father's Day, luckily see Eminem on the screen. Absolutely, Edward. And J-Rod did bring up earlier that the black and white M&Ms taste just like the colored M&Ms. So there you have it. I'm not opposed to any color M&Ms, as you might imagine. Greg says, hope the sensor in the Z6 III will have a faster scan rate than the one in the A7 IV. Yeah, I expect that. I don't know if it'll have a faster scan rate than the A7 IV, but I know I'm telling you right now, it's going to have the X-Speed 7 processor in it. That does not mean that it will be the fastest. It can only do what the sensor is designed to do. So you're absolutely right. It's not going to be stacked
SD cards.
I wouldn't expect it to be stacked sensor, although my theory is that price has come down.
But it has to be stacked sensor to give dual feed to the XP 7. That's the fact of it. Otherwise, we need a new chip, and that's a problem, I think. So again, my view, not that it matters, is it will be similar to the Fuji X2HS or XH2S and 26 megapixel.
All right. You all heard it here. So you all can
we gotta have a side bet thing going on, Chuck, between you and Andy.
No. I like it because if he's right, then he gets to catch all the flack because he just directed Nikon to 26 megapixel. That's the way it was for me with.
And I've told them directly because and they know it. Right. So everybody, please remember, 99% of the people do not want to take pictures of little fluttery things from long distance. They want to shoot 24 megapixel or less because they shoot the family, sports, and other things. Okay? That's what they want to do. That's why the 750 sold out much more than any other camera. The 7 series sold out. The Z6 sold out. Z6 II sold out way more than any of the other cameras.
Well, then you limit your audience. I think
no,
yeah, you do.
You have another camera, and it's called the 8 and the 7, right? And then you have the 5, which perhaps will be smaller. I think it's 20 megapixel now.
I don't know what Nikon's going to do with the
no, I don't.
Z5. And, everybody's talked about that as well. Yes, I understand. And we did address this a little bit at the very beginning. Every camera in the lineup is ready for a readdress, for an update.
It's the oldest too.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same old sensor as before. I think is it is the Z5 the D6 something?
Yeah,
I don't remember right.
I think that would be a good
Not
comparison.
the D6, the D6 something.
Yeah, the D600, D610. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Z5 is 24.3 megapixels.
Which is the same as the Z6, correct?
The Z6, for whatever reason, they list the Z6 at 24.5. What they do, 0.2 megapixels more, but
so the difference was IBIS.
Well, the Z6 has a BSI sensor, and the Z5 does not.
Yeah, and Z5 does not have IBIS, correct?
I think the Z5 has IBIS. It's Z50 that doesn't.
Yeah, none of the APS-C Nikons have IBIS.
That's right.
Yeah. So, but most of that first generation are just repurposing DSLRs. The second generation were repurposing DSLRs with 2 chips in them. And so now, if the 3 has to have a stacked BSI sensor to use the XP7 chip and dual feed and all the rest of that, okay, I think it pushes the prices up a little bit, which is a challenge. It leaves the door open for something at the 5 level, but I don't know what. I'm with you, Chuck. I just don't know what the 5 is.
Yeah. Somebody said that the Z5 had the D750 sensor in it.
It may do, because it looks like it's the same spec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
J-Rod Photo, does a new Z body that does not do video make sense? No, but that doesn't mean Nikon's not going to make it.
I think you have to remember that the modern cameras are video cameras that also take stills, and just get over it.
Well, I mean, Nikon may go down that path. Everybody was really hoping for it. They hope that that's the next camera. So all 85 people that want it would get one.
Why? what Rob McNeish said today, which I thought was hilarious, is you see that little switch on the back that goes stills video? Don't change it from stills.
No, no. You don't understand. It'll be so much cheaper if you take video out. Video has nothing.
You don't want me to respond with the 5-letter word that starts with a B, has an A and 2 L's and an S.
Look, I hope Nikon does that. It's just not the right moment. I honestly do, because there are people that want it. It's going to be a niche camera. It's not going to sell extremely well, but it will sell, of course.
To both people.
There will be, like I said, well, I'll up it to say 110 people will be extremely happy that Nikon has produced that camera.
But my belief is they won't do another camera, including a DF that doesn't have video.
It's going to have video.
It's going to have video. It's just going to have it.
Well, you can't build it cheaper without video. That's the whole point.
It's more expensive.
Yeah. You can't build it cheaper without video, because video is all on the software side of the house. The hardware pushes the still side, and it also provides for the video as well.
Correct. So get over it. We've moved on.
Z5 should get a BSI sensor. I agree, and be at $1,500, and Z6 move to 33 megapixel with 6K. I agree with you.
For those that don't like video, look at it as a moonroof that you never open up.
Until it rains on you.
And I'm not making fun of those that really want that body. I know you do,
I am.
But I know you do, and hopefully Nikon will do that somewhere down the road. But definitely, because that was even a rumor. I think it was even mentioned in Nikon rumors, talking about the possibility or hearing voices in the night about a DF or ZF or whatever. I just don't see how Nikon could do that at this point in time, but who knows?
We'll see.
And he asks also, will the Z7 step up to 60 megapixel? I think yes, or more, or more. Don't say no. It could. I
wouldn't want it.
So technically,
I don't want it anyway.
It could, but it would be foolish. Go get medium format if you want more than 60.
That's right.
Yeah. Well,
call it a day. Go get medium format.
We'll give them some rounding, Jeff. 60 to 62.5.
Yeah.
That's potential.
That's just beyond the limits of a full frame sensor.
Wouldn't
to be
surprise me if it was
comfortable.
80. Now, I'll say it right now. It wouldn't surprise me if it was 80 megapixel plus. It wouldn't. It would not surprise
It would
me at all.
surprise me.
I'll double down on your wrongness rating for today. So the Z63 is completely wrong. The Z73 is way wrong.
All right.
Crazy wrong.
But I didn't say it would be. I said it would not surprise me.
Oh,
And-
okay. You're being a politician now.
Yes.
Somebody sent you on media training.
No, because I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't want it.
No.
I'm happy where I'm at with the Z8 and the Z9 at 45 megapixels. That's fine for me.
So the interesting question is, will we get pixel shift or does the Nikon design of IBIS not allow it? And there's a long, healthy conversation about people who aren't camera engineers on that
Another
whole
thing,
subject.
I don't want it, so I don't care.
But there's more people who want it. Want 400 megapixels.
That's important to me. 400 megapixels free.
You know what? They could just buy the Topaz Gigapixel app and use that, and they'll have all the megapixels they want.
But I will say that if enough people want it, then if Nikon does it, that's fine. It's not going to be in a body that I care about anyway. I don't care. If it's a firmware update to something that I already own, it's just something that'll sit and never be used by me. I shouldn't say never, but I feel pretty confident in saying it. So yeah. Where does this apply? Product maybe, and landscape.
Interiors, architectural, big buildings, roofs of the Sistine Chapel, whatever.
Yeah, because most of us are out shooting things like that.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying I speak to a lot of GFX 100S users, and I say, how many times do you stick that into the high-res mode that takes 16 photos and generates a 400 megabit image? And they say, never. We did it once. Never use it. You say the same to the Sony R5.
It's harder than you think as well.
It's much harder. It has to be completely
the
stationary.
steadiest of tripods.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work.
Completely stationary. No, it works technically.
I'm not trying to talk anybody out of it by talking about how difficult it may be and everything else. It's just the point of I have not just need, no desire to do it either.
It's just all clever. It's all clever marketing is all it is. It's like if somebody tells you we put this thing in the camera, it's a cat's meow. You got to have it. You can't live without it. You say it enough, people start to believe it.
Yeah.
I try and use it.
Yeah, exactly.
So they use it and then they go, why in the heck did you put that in the camera?
You idiots asked for it. Yeah.
It's just like auto capture. Everybody's already, a lot of people are already talking about how auto capture, what's it for? I'm never going to use it or whatever. I do see a possible use for that. So let me grab Vahagan since he's out there and won't be around long. Vahagan, what's up, buddy?
What's up?
Fresh off his round.
Yeah, great day for Nikon.
Yeah,
180 to 600 looks like a great lens, man.
Yeah,
great lens. How you guys doing?
Doing well. We've had a good time talking about that and so many other things in here.
Awesome, man. Awesome. So I want to ask you guys a question. How many 800 PFs are we going to see used now?
That's a different beast.
I was thinking more along the lines of, and I am still thinking it. How many 1 to 400s will you see going up for sale?
For sale?
Yeah.
I wouldn't sell mine if you asked me to, because it's
well,
a great
you
lens.
wouldn't, and I'm not going to. But people that are on budgets that can, have to sell to buy. I expect that there may be some people that have decided, wow, I got the 1 to 400, but now I could have the 180 to 600. So
Okay.
I don't know.
No, it's a different beast for sure. I mean, but there is that minority that think, well, did I spend $8,000 for a lens that's, you can get great quality with the 600 at like $1,800? Yeah, it's not going to be as sharp. I know Greg was mentioning that in the comments earlier. I read that, but
yeah,
it's a great deal, man. $1,700, great lens.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks good.
It's like if it's like a Nikon giveaway, really.
I mean, for the money, that lens, it even appeals to me, and I wasn't even looking for, or I was looking forward to it for everybody else, but I got to tell you, I like the look of it. And, you know, everybody, a lot of people will say, no, I've refrained from calling picture line, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't somewhere down the road. But yeah, I mean, for the price, the look, the feel, everything, it's going to be a fantastic lens for Nikon, as the 200 to 600 has been a fantastic lens for Sony. So, you know, Nikon's in that, in that range now. So yeah, I think it's great. I know so many people out there are happy.
Yeah. Good.
Yep. There are people jumping up and down and in the streets, I hear.
Yeah.
Considering all the questions, every stream, when's the 2 to 600 coming? I think that, yeah, there are a lot of people. They're not watching the show today. They're busy watching videos of that lens. Where are you headed, Vaughan?
No, we lost his feed.
Was that Chuck? What was that, Chuck?
I said, what are you out and about doing?
I'm out gonna go shoot.
Okay, good, cool.
Yeah, I got a engagement shoot for like 2 hours.
Oh, cool. Wow. Hey, man, you got to earn money, right? Yep.
Yeah,
you're not going to sort out Mr. Hogan, Mr. JP.
I thought you were out hunting for another good lens deal.
Nah, man. Nah, I haven't seen any of those lately. But actually, that dude's in my town.
Which dude?
JP.
Okay. Well, I saw his coverage of the 180 to 600. I thought that was fine. There was only one snide remark, but that's to be expected.
Oh yeah, no, that's because he was supervised by the Nikon rep next to him.
Okay.
Yeah. No, but I'm gonna go have some fun with the soon-to-be newlywed couple.
Cool.
For 2 hours. So
hey, man,
Ozman's saying Fro is in LA, so watch out.
Yeah, that's Vaughan's going out for a secret meeting with Jared. They're going to have a beer somewhere.
Secret luncheon or something,
and laugh at us because he's having a hard time, I guess.
No, I'm not. I'm just putting it on mute, and every time I'm not talking, so it doesn't.
Okay.
Sound
oh, okay.
like, so the audio, the car noise doesn't come through. So, question for you guys: Will there be any 600 TC orders being canceled because of this lens?
No. Completely different lens, completely different audience.
No, you got to realize you probably don't really have you're gonna, that market for that 600 TC is a very narrow bandwidth, very specialized group of people and demanding users that want that. So it's a handful of people.
Very special.
Yeah, but there are those that buy it, just they barely squeeze through. You know what I mean? Like they can't afford it, but they do buy it. Just to have. Maybe those people, they might cancel their order.
There may be somebody or even a handful that do that. I could see that as well. You're right, Vaughan. I don't think there's going to be a mass exodus of people saying cancel my order, because again, they're buying that 600 f4 TC for a reason, and this lens is not going to touch that lens. in that regard. It will be good. It will be very good, but it won't be to the same order as or magnitude as the 600 f4. And then there's something else about shooting with that 600 f4 that just, you know, is fantastic. Although Steve Perry did say he's buying one, not to replace anything, just to have the zoom flexibility with that lens. So he was impressed with his short shoot with it.
Yeah, it's good to have at least one good long zoom. I mean, it complements and like where I go, sometimes I have the 800 and I don't tend to bring a lot of gear with me. I'm not going to carry around a lot of gear with me.
The 800 and the 180
is, I mean, I miss shots because I can't back up. I can't back up. So yeah, I get another body and another body and put that zoom on there. I'm good to go, man.
That's
I'm
right.
ready to rock
and roll.
It
works.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a good looking lens too. I can't get past that. I know everybody thinks I'm crazy maybe, but I'm telling you, aesthetics have a place in choosing cameras and lenses. And without that honking tube extending out of the end of the lens, being all internal zoom, to me, that's very appealing. And it should be to everybody for weather sealing as well. But it's just a good looking lens. I think the focal range itself will sell this lens, but the way Nikon actually designed it, I think is going to help boost its sales even. So.
Well, Richie's video, I was watching Richie's video last night, and that thing was on 360p, and I really couldn't tell with the sample photos.
No.
Did it render at 4K yet?
I didn't even watch the video. I mean, I watched the video. I listened to him more than anything. I wanted to hear what he had to say because even though I like Richie and he's not going to mislead us, I don't think, I don't care. I just want to hear about it and hear what people feel and think or whatever. And he seemed to be happy with it. I get so tired of those comparison photos, especially even Richie does it because he has to. Here we are at 200 millimeter or zoomed into 200%. And yes, you can see a difference, but people get wrapped around the axle on that. I can't see it anyway. Just show me what comes out of the camera and the lens without comparing it to anything. And let me react to it myself. Let me decide if that's good enough for me. But I know a lot of people do it. I don't need to see it compared to anything else. I know people want that for whatever reason, but I don't. I want to look at the photo and say, that's what I want. I can live with this, or I'm very happy with this, or it's sharp enough for me, or it's extremely sharp or whatever. I don't need anybody influencing me with 200% zoom on. You can see a slight variable because that does begin to influence you when you think, people are going to talk about it. And is it enough for me, or is it? No,
Wow.
Show me what comes out of the lens and let me make my own decision. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, unfortunately, too many times, more often than not, in order to be able to say this lens is better than the other, they have to show those 200x magnified images, and that's ridiculous. Real world, get over it. It'll be fine. You'll be happy. But, if you can't, it's almost like a movie critic. If you don't criticize something, you're not a movie critic, right? You're not a critic.
Yeah. I don't care about, some criticism as long as it doesn't, but people feel like then they have to. If you can't think of anything, then I got to dig. And like Chris on Petapixel, his dig was, what was it? His dig was, I can't remember now, but it was something really petty. I know he doesn't mean that's a showstopper, but the point is why do you have to bring it up just to find something bad? If you can't see something terrible about a product, then just don't say anything. Don't dig to find some creepy little thing like, well, the card door is easy to open, or it's hard to open, or I mean, does that really have anything to do with your use of the camera, your photography? No, it does not. So why do we have to bring it up? Because we have to find something that's negative. If there is something that's negative, like, man, this lens, I mean, wide open, it's terrible. I mean, you can see the blur in the photo. You have to stop it down to f8 to really get a sharp photo. Yes, bring that up. That's important to everybody. But I'm trying to reshape the whole review process.
It used to be years ago. It used to be something as silly as that they didn't like the tread pattern on the lens barrel for focusing or whatever.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Oh, this one's grippier. This guy's is grippier than this other.
This one's
guy.
more plastic.
Yeah.
All right, Vaughan, we got you back audio, I think. Oh, there you are.
Oh, he's gone.
Greg Corker says, definitely a steal for less than the 1 to 400. Hope they can make enough of them. I thought it would be $6,000. I didn't ever think it would be $6,000, but there was a chance that it could have been more expensive though. Definitely, Greg.
Yeah.
And Leon has Nikon as well, but he predominantly shoots Sony. I think, Leon, don't shoot me if I'm wrong here. But he says for wildlife, the Z8 180 to 600 should be great. Should be a great upgrade for the D850 500 2 to 500 shooters. I agree.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Leon.
Perfect evolution for those still using the D850 with that 2 to 5. It'd be perfect match.
I think.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Mr. V's driven up a wall.
Because he's in a rollover accident right now. He's rolling over. He's
Poor fella.
Gustavo
picked on him too much, I think.
Gustavo says the 800 PF is a special lens. I agree with the 180 to 600 may compete more with the 1 to 400. I think so. It can't. Yeah,
even that's iffy because it's going to be heavier than that. It's not going to be as small as the 1 to 4. And
well, the thing about the 1 to 400 is it was 400 millimeter at the long end, and a lot of people jumped on it, as did I. But I do like the lens now that I have it and shoot it. And had the 180 to 600 come out at the same time, yes, the 180 to 600 would have beat it out because people bought the 1 to 400 to get that 400 millimeter length or focal length. And now that the 180 to 600 out, you got to admit it's appealing. I mean, when you look at the lens and just listen to some of the folks in the reviews, it's a very appealing lens, especially for the price point. So, and that's what J-Rod was talking about. He bought it. It served him well, but maybe now this 180 to 600 might be, something more to his liking, not better, but something more to his liking. So, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that 1 to 4 is perfect for shooting high school sports and stuff like that. I mean, it's small, it's more compact. I mean, I think there's room to have both in your camera bag. I mean, I have the 1 to 4. I'm definitely not going to get rid of it just because I get the 180 to 6.
Yeah, I agree. And My American Morning is saying, and welcome, sir. I haven't seen you in here before, but welcome to the show. Thank you very much for tuning in. He says, I have the 1 to 400 millimeter lens. Don't see selling it for the 180 to 600. It's a pound heavier, and that's a lot for these old arms. Okay. And I talked about that earlier. If for some reason you have some sort of reason other than you just don't want to carry a little extra weight, then I understand that. I waited for the Z8 because the Z9 was too heavy for me. All right. So I'm guessing that you have the Z8 1 to 400 combo. It's a great combo. I have that as well.
Yeah.
Great lens. The 1 to 400. But yes, I do believe that there will be some folks that will sell their 1 to 400 to move into the 180 to 600, not because they want to sell it, but because a lot of people like me are going to move out of something. I got to sell something to buy something new. And that's just the way it is. So obviously it'll be a completely different focal range for you. The 1-400 is very convenient for a lot of things. And at 180, it's not quite as, but if you're favoring the long end of the 1-400 anyway, then yes, I could see going with the 180 to 600, especially at this price point. You can't beat it. Well,
He went horizontal on us.
As some people say, like some photographers will say, go in and look and see how often or where you're shooting at, what you're typically shooting at, and that'll help you decide what way you should go. Because like you said, some people you get the 1-4, and some people might be shooting it like 1 to 200 millimeters, and then a larger group might be shooting it at 400 all the time.
Yep.
And that helps answer your question. What you want to do.
Yeah,
I think if you're shooting tiny little birds at long distance, then the 180 to 600 is obvious.
Yeah.
If you're shooting most other wildlife, then the 100 to 400 is perfect. I get Todd's point. He had the 100 to 400 and then went to the 400, 4.5. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just don't settle with zoom lenses. Some people do. I own both. I
Whatever
like my
works.
primes, and I get my vehicles driven to where the subject's at the right distance. Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got you now, loud and clear.
A nice view of your
sorry.
ceiling.
I'm glad you're not sideways again, because I thought you were rolling over in the car.
No, we're good. So, I think one day I'll own the 600 TC. That's one of my lenses that I want in the future.
Yeah.
But for now, I think it's going to be the 180 to 600. That will do for now until I get my hands on the 600 TC.
Yeah. I hear you.
I really love that lens. I really want that lens. And I'm going to wait maybe a year or two and see if I can't find one on, a used market somewhere.
I have a special price for you, V. $25,000. You can have mine. I'll hand deliver it.
All right,
And he'll
so let's add
autograph it, and that's why it's worth the extra money.
Tell you what, I'll take it if you throw in the 400 TC.
No. That's what we call not a deal.
All right, guys, time for me to refresh. I'm down to drinking water now. And that can't be. Plus another bathroom break. I'll be right back.
So many lenses now. We got the 400 4.5.
Yes.
We got. Don't forget that.
Smorgasbord lenses now, isn't it, for Nikon?
So we're just waiting for the 35 and the 135, and then that's that lens roadmap done.
I can live without the 35.
For me, 35 is an absolute no-brainer to walk straight past. It's not a focal length I like at all.
Me neither.
It's great for people doing full-length portraits.
Street photographers.
But we're always torn in street between 20-something.
Yeah.
Right? And with the little 40mm f2, which is such an okay lens for street, there would really have to be something that had me, including security guards and a few other things, that had me going out at night with a Z body and a big lens. It's too dangerous.
What I want is a 200 1.8.
Really?
Yes.
How much time do you spend in the gym, Vaughan?
No, have to wait. This is Z. Remember, this is the Z revolution now.
A 1.8.
My mirrorless bag's twice the weight of my old DSLR one.
The stubby is 4 kilos, right? the 200 f2.
Yeah, that's heavy, but I'm thinking.
Yeah, so the Z would be heavier.
Why?
It's got to be slightly longer, and all the other physics is the same, right? Unless you say it's possible to do it with the Fresnel lens, and I'm not convinced. Right?
So what's the excuse for a 600 f4 then?
600 f4 or 600 pf?
No, 600 f4 versus 600 fl.
A Z600 f4.
There's not that much difference in weight.
I could look it up again. There was a slight weight saving.
Not much.
No, not a lot. And to be honest, the TC brought the weight back. Right? Adding the TC added a bit of weight back. So, a 200 f2 macro is what I was looking for. I guessed would weigh, where is it? 2.9 kilos.
Yeah.
Slightly. My maths of all of these lenses, based on what we knew.
I think we're pretty much set then. I think all we need is like a fisheye, and that's it.
Yeah. So we're missing stuff at the wide end. I think we all agree that at the wide end there's a gap. And the question for me is, given the 14 to 24 f2.8, such a fantastic lens, what is it? And we've got the 1.8s. What is it special that would come out at 20 mil, 16 mil, 14 mil that would make you or I say, yes, got to have that? And earlier in this chat, I said, for me, it needs to be a something knocked light like at the 20 mil. Something really, really super special for 20 mil. Because that's my landscape focal length.
Oh, like one of those Leica APO lenses, the 20 mil.
However they do it. I think it probably so iffy on whether it needs to be autofocus for me. I think it has to be to sell autofocus. So your Noct, I don't know if you've still got it, Vahogan, but your Noct is a very rare lens, yeah?
Of course, I still have it.
Well, I don't know.
I think
you trade.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, not
nice
that
lens.
one.
Yeah, it's a nice lens, I'm sure. I think a lot of people, which is what I told Robert Niche at MPS today, I want the hyperfocal distance to be programmable on a button, which is all you basically want as a landscape shooter. You want to just set your hyperfocal distance and then set your scene. So that's why I would have autofocus and I would want to stack for landscape. But 20 mil, fine. I think Roy and I had a conversation earlier about 14 mil, which is very wide for full frame.
It's nice, but for only some occasions.
Yeah. I, on my 14 to 24, I'm rarely below 18 mil. It really depends on the scene. If it's compressed in an alleyway or something, then you're going to go wide. But for genuine landscapes, 20 mil has been perfect for me for a long time.
That's a feature that the Z cameras don't have. Preview for stacking. When you stack, you can't see what you're going to take before you do
I'm
it.
having a huge fight with Hasselblad people. If you want fanboys, you take on the Hasselblad fanboys. Most cameras, you set the near distance and the far distance, and you let the camera work out, and you say, I'd like a fine step or a medium step or a large step, and the camera works it out. With Hasselblad X2D, it's just come with a firmware update. We've got this thing, and you need a PhD in the language they're using. You can't just... It's all about circle of confidence crap.
Yes.
Right? You can't pre-plan it. And the biggest advice that the guy has that did the video, it's the same video he did 3 years ago. Well, try it and find out.
Yeah.
Well,
experiment.
Yeah. And it's like, if I can do it on my other cameras, why can't I do it on a Hasselblad? So
hey, how about a 19? How about a?
Sorry, Hogan.
How about a 19 millimeter tilt shift Z lens?
That was a nice lens.
So I talked to Rob Niche about that today, and we covered off a few things. But what I said to him is, right now the 19 mil PCE is being rehoused by Cambo Actus and other people to put in other lenses in other systems because it's such a fantastic piece of glass. So right now you
Yep.
can't buy a brand new 19mm PC anywhere that I've tried to find. Right? I've still got the
Yep,
24.
yep.
I had the 85. So 19 is a very, very wide lens until you put it on a small medium format body, and then it's equivalent of 2022. Yeah,
Because it's
maybe
tilt
20.
shift, it covers
Yeah,
the
and when you
frame.
tilt shift, you've got to think about the coverage of the circle, of the light circle. But as we've not seen any Nikon tilt shifts yet. I'd love to see them.
Yeah, me
I'd go
too.
broke because I'd buy them all. But they need to
Oh.
fix the things where in Canon you could tilt in one direction and not shift in the same direction, or you couldn't do the cross matching that I can do by moving the rear screen. Yeah. And you can on some Canon tilt shifts. But we'll see. I hope they're up for the challenge. But I think I'm with you guys. I think there needs to be something shorter than 35mm that picks up the landscape guys, which is 20mm, maybe 19, maybe 24. I don't like 24, but
Bonus if it was tilt shift.
if it's tilt shift, you're not changing the width, you're just changing the focal plane, remember? Yeah?
Yeah.
I can't pronounce it, Schofluggenflumpf effect, right? And 95% of the people that have tilt shifts do that little micro. So you move it the wrong way to get the little. You make a scene in front of you look like Toy Town.
Miniature, yeah.
Yeah, the miniature thing.
Yeah, it's cool. I like that.
And with I mean, the Z8 fits perfectly on this, which is the Cambo Actus, right? So that's a view camera. You can move the front and you can move the rear, up, down, left, and right. It has a bellows, which I haven't got. And that's a 24mm lens on the front, which when I stick on my X2D is wonderful. But I could put the 19mm PCE glass there instead on the front. So this is what you need if you really want to play. But I'd much rather just bolt on a PCE lens because it's easier.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people want to do. I mean, Nikon's been a little negligent in the PC lenses. So, will there be Z tilt shift lenses in the future? I'm sure there will. But it's
there are already people that make them, third parties from China. But the quality
I'm
seems
talking.
a bit off
I'm
to
talking
me.
Nikon specifically.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you.
So I don't know that. I know that they will. I'm sure that they will. But again, that's probably one of the lower priorities for them right now.
It's in the 3 to 5 year time frame. It's not in the next year.
Hey, good comment here about Daryl. He's saying if anything might sell more 180 to 600 is those that ordered the 600 F4 and still have to wait for a year for it. You're right. If you can afford the 600 F4, you probably have the ability to purchase the 180 to 600 as a placeholder. That's a very good possibility. Yeah. Yep. I agree with you, Daryl. And there was another comment that Mozman made. I'm not going to scroll all the way back up to it. He said, I wouldn't trade, 604 for 600, 6.3, no way. And of course, that's absolutely true as well.
The advantage is weight.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Gustavo brought up another good point, and I like this because I found this with the 80 to 400 even. I could shoot pseudo macro with my 80 to 400 because of the close focus distance on it. And this lens has a close focus distance at the wide end of what is it? It's less than
1.3 to 2.4 at the long end.
Yeah. So, man, I mean, that's pretty spectacular too.
It's pretty close.
Yeah, it doesn't take the place of true macro, obviously, but it's still
almost
something
close up.
Yeah.
Well, most people don't shoot true macro. True macro only happens at the closest focusing distance. Most people shoot whatever language you want to use. I think it's called proxy macro
or close focus,
or just close focusing. They're shooting in the sub 1, right?
Yeah.
And some crazy guys are shooting in the plus and the 5 times and all of that. And great, good luck to them. Yeah, hello, Roy.
Like
Yeah.
that's like micro photography at that
Well,
point.
I draw people's attention, and I do regularly, to this micro sculptures exhibition where this guy built a rig that moves a microscope lens, tiny distances in X, Y, and Z, and he prints images the size of tennis courts of little bugs.
Mm.
They're dead, of course.
They're called microscope objectives lens.
Yeah, but it was the mechanics of the design to move the object such tiny distance. And I think he used a D800. I can't remember what he used. I could look it up. But he's got like 15,000 photos for a bug the size of a teaspoon or small, tiny bugs.
Hey,
and he prints them.
I gotta change the whole conversation for a second here. Again, folks, if you're enjoying the show, and this is what we do. This is what we do here. If it's not your cup of tea, I understand that. But if you enjoy it and you're getting something out of it, just all I ask for is a like. Hit the like button. Again, as far as subscribers go, you'll decide whether you want to subscribe to hear us get on here and pontificate like we do. And by the way, you're welcome to join in the pontification if you like. That's what it's all about, whether it's in the chat or it's on the panel. And it's as simple as clicking a link that I send to anybody that would like to join the panel. It plays in your browser, so you don't have to download anything or anything like that. It will play in your browser. I would suggest if you want to come on, you can use your phone, you can use your iPad, you can use your computer, your laptop, or whatever you like. It plays best in Chrome browser. For some reason, Safari doesn't work so well, especially on the audio side. But again, if you would like to join, it's really simple. And you just let me know in an email you'd like to join. I send you the link, you click, and you're in. So that's just going out to all those that would like to participate and be heard rather than have to type or just sit in the wings and watch. But again, the likes are big for me. That's what really makes me tick and keeps me motivated to continue to do this. We do it twice a week. We do it on Wednesday afternoon Eastern time. That's 12 noon Eastern. And we have another live stream, 9 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday night. We cover 2 different parts of the globe with that, primarily UK and Europe on the Wednesday afternoon stream, and Asia for the Saturday night stream. So you're welcome to join both, neither, or all the above, or whatever. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. Phil makes a point here. He says, I know a lot of these YouTubers always have something negative to say, even if it's not a big deal at all. Very annoying. So yeah, and maybe that's another one of my pet peeves in my attempt to change, some of the things that we see on YouTube is, don't go digging for something that's nit-noy just because you feel like you have to say something negative. If you don't have anything that truly impacts the performance of the lens or the camera or the whatever, then just leave it be. People will find out on their own how easy or hard it is to open a car door. I mean, come on, how petty is that? Yeah. But then again, I understand we don't want to hear people tickling our ears that are fanboys of any brand or whatever, talking about how great a piece of equipment is, only to get it in our hands and find out that there is something major that you wish you'd have heard. And I don't think a car door or a battery is a major issue. You can't buy, third-party batteries. Come on. You bought the camera, buy the batteries that go with it or whatever. Quit worrying about all these little things. So I agree with you, Phil. So thanks for the comment, and thought I'd throw that in there. All right. Back to the fight.
Well, as you alluded to or stated before, that the 24 to 120 or the 1 to 400 are really good for close-up photography. They're like 0.38, 0.39x magnification or reproduction ratio. So, I mean, that's pretty darn good. I use both of them for close-up photography lots of times, even though I have the 105 macro.
I like the 105 better.
I mean, I like the 105, but unfortunately, it seems like down here, I never get a calm day. Everything's always moving around.
Well, because of the wind.
The wind is a problem. It's always windy down. You live near the beach. You always have the wind blowing.
I'm going to do the Roy thing. So that's the 150 IREX Cinema macro which is a T3 or f2.8. It's brilliant until you get a live subject, and then you've got to move the focusing ring so fast it's crazy. So, and that was a response to Nikon not letting us put a TC on the 105Z. I didn't understand. I still don't understand that.
Yeah.
You can if you put an extension tube on it. So
Yeah,
if you put an
small one.
extension tube that's long enough, you can put the 1.4, the 2 on it. But outside of that, it's not designed just to go natively. And as
Yeah.
soon as you put an extension tube on it, you lose the long distance part of it. So autofocus is fine. It just doesn't focus beyond 4 feet, which is fine if the thing's right in front of you.
Yeah.
So there's a great French photographer called Riviera Macro who does a series of YouTube videos about, and he wanders around the hills of behind his house in Cannes or somewhere like that, and he's always using PF lenses and other lenses just to shoot whatever we're calling close focus. It's not macro, but it's close to it.
Yeah.
Wonderful photos.
Yeah.
He loves the 300 PF.
Yeah.
Loves it.
Becky would enjoy this part of the conversation. Me, not so much, but Becky would, because she loves her flower shots and things like that.
Oh, we all do.
And I think she would agree with you that it's really close focus more than macro.
Yeah.
I think she would agree. And Andre, I agree with you on your point here. And Steve Perry also made comments about who it would be for and how others would receive that, to include that he is buying the lens as well. Lee, I disagree. Lee said, I bet the execs at Sony are hitting the sake today.
No,
No,
I don't care.
no, they already have something in the works, and just like anybody else, just like Nikon had this in the works when others were announcing their lenses or cameras or whatever. And again, it's all a good thing for us because it pushes one to move up to the next level. So
Every brand gets its moment of glory for a brief period of time, and somebody else gets it.
I said to Rishi, what I'd like to see is the 60 to 600 Sigma compared to the 180 to 600. That's an F mount. The Sigma is more expensive slightly, and obviously it's a little bigger. But in terms of what it can do and people's reaction to it, it's taken over from the 150 to 600 Sigma Sport. But those are the real comparisons. You've got an F mount version that you can adapt that does the job. You've got a Sony version that can go through the Mega Adapt or whatever it is that can do the job, and now you've got the Nikon can very much do the job. So how do they stack up? If you're interested in buying that range, either you don't care, which is where I sit, I'll just buy the Nikon if I decide to, or I'd like to understand. I've got a Tamron as well, so but I've definitely got the Sigma, which is brilliant, the Sigma Sport, and I've got the Sony, which is allegedly exactly the same as the Nikon.
Morten Hilmer's been shooting the Sigma for quite a while. Not that he doesn't have the primes, obviously he does.
Yeah.
For those that are familiar with Morten Hilmer, he does all
Lovely
wildlife and fantastic work that he does. But he's been shooting the 1 to 600 or the 150 to 600 Sport or whatever it is. Yeah. And he was happy with it, but I would imagine now that Nikon has this lens in the lineup that he'll definitely be switching to it, not because it's better, but because it's Nikon and he predominantly shoots Nikon. Cool. Sebastian, 800 PF is a very strong reason for me to switch to Nikon. It's half the price of the 600 F4 for Canon. Yeah, man. But one of the things I would caution you on is when it depends on how invested you are in a brand with all the other lenses. Not that they aren't adaptable, but let's face it, we all want native lenses rather than adapting. We adapt when we have to, but will Canon come out with something different in the 800 millimeter range? I don't know. You got to kind of read the tea leaves and make a decision. But I would never say just jump for a lens or whatever. Although I do know somebody that shoots Sony. He's not married to Sony, though. But he shoots Sony, and he's really interested in that 800 PF as well. This 180 to 600 might be another reason for him to continue to consider Nikon. But he likes the Z8, he likes the 800 PF, and both. And he's talking about what Sony's going to do here in the next by the end of the year, may give him a reason to try the Nikon system. So, but it's all in what everybody wants to do. Again, be happy with what you have. If you can't, then it's time to consider something else. That's it. It's just
there's a really great YouTuber who's a Canon shooter whose channel is Wild Alaska. He picked up the Z9. And so I would commend any person that's coming from Canon to watch his videos about his fun transitioning from Canon to Nikon. Because believe me, the buttons are in a completely different place. The language is different. It sounds easy, but you've got to get it in your fingers, right? Now, he loves his Z9. He loves the fact he can adapt his Canon glass to the Z9.
Yeah.
Right? And he said this became a no-brainer. He was waiting for the R1. I think this was 6 months, 9 months ago. I can't remember exactly when. And since the R1 didn't come out, because he wasn't buying the R3, is this low-resolution version. It's a great camera, but it's not got the megapixels he needs.
Right.
So he went for the Z9, and he said it took him a long time, and he loved it and hated it and went through the joys and what the heck am I doing and blah, 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 blah. So it's easy to say we'll shift system, but you've got to persuade this and what's between here, and it's very hard. You've got to put the time in. And I'm not against any brand or anything. I just think we have a natural leaning to what we're used to.
Yeah, and you have to be ready to face the
challenges.
Well, not just that, but in switching brands, I mean, you're gonna have to put up, at least initially, with a bunch of heckling from people.
I don't care.
You know why? Well, I know you don't, but I'm just saying this is one of the realities of it. Is you have to be ready to put up with that. So that's why I say make sure you're ready to do it if you want to choose. Moving to another brand or whatever, because it's going to happen.
Yeah. Pros make decisions based on how they're getting paid and what do they have to use. Amateurs don't have that problem.
Yeah. And how many pros are there? Man, I just went through this conversation with so many people. Everybody's a pro. You don't have to be anything but good to be a pro. No, you're not a professional just because you're great at photography. Sorry, that's not how it works. So how many working pros do we have that earn something significant from their photography? I have said this all along, and I'll continue to say it. Very few. Very few.
I don't earn anything.
More amateur and hobbyist photographers own pro level glass and cameras than pros, working pros, any day of the week. So, you know, why do we always pander to, well, working pros, you know, or I don't care what the working pros doing. You know, it comes down to if you want it and you have the means to buy it, don't let anything get in your way. People, naysayers, do you need it? It's not a matter of need. If you want it and you have the means to buy it, then buy it.
Sure.
Don't worry about what everybody else is going to say. I get so tired of that. Well, do you need it?
Yes.
Go away. Go away. You know, can you afford it?
Well,
are you my dad? Are you my father now? No, I don't need your, all your whatever.
I don't need your permission.
I want it. I can afford it, and I'm going to buy it. There you have it.
And that's kind of my point is, as an amateur, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. It's your money. You spend it how you like.
Yes. I mean, don't run yourself into debt. I have to throw that caveat in there.
Don't kill yourself.
Don't take food out of your children's mouths or whatever. But the bottom line is, can we just get away from, do you need it? That's the first question. Well, I'm thinking about buying the whatever. Do you need it? Yeah. Well, no, I don't need it. I'm a hobbyist. I don't make any money. How can I justify it other than I want it? I mean, honestly.
There's a guy on a forum who I've been kind of counseling for a long time who was with a bureau that shot Canon for a long time. And for some reason, that bureau moved to Nikon. He's in hell. He can't get his head around it. No. He shoots very naked-ish young ladies walking down a catwalk at him in Miami and other places, and he can't get it to focus. And I keep saying to him, mate, you've just got to change your job, because you're not willing to do what's necessary for you to use the tool you've been given. That's what you're telling us. I think he's producing okay shots, by the way.
Yeah.
He's just whining about it.
Mhm.
But otherwise, he would have changed his job already. For that person, it matters immensely because that's his income.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're Andy Rouse, who's a British wildlife photographer who's been an ambassador for this, that, and now OM, it's up to him. He's had a lot of flack when he dumped this one to move to that one, blah, blah, blah. And that's not our business. That's his business. Right?
So here's my bit of advice. If you're a pro and you're trying to make a decision on whether you're going to buy a lens, a camera body, or switch brands, don't talk to amateurs.
Sure, 100%.
Go find a pro forum where you have like people and talk to them about it. Because again, you know, I don't have a dog in that fight. I don't care whether you do or you don't.
100%.
The only thing I would caution you on is, you know, don't spend your rent money. That's it. That's the only suggestion I have for you.
Yeah. Because in the end of the day, why do so many wedding photographers have D750s? Because they make money, but they don't make a fortune.
Yeah.
Right. And that tool is perfectly good. It's wonderful. Right. 24 megapixels works fine. They don't need a Z8 and a Z9.
Hey, there was a comment up here a minute ago about dehumidifier cabinets, and here's another.
Yes, you do.
So I don't use them. I have looked at them and thought when they've been on sale, maybe I would or wouldn't or whatever. But yeah,
so depending where you are, it can be very humid, and you need to keep your gear not overly damp. But the danger is you dehumidify it too much.
Yeah.
And you dry the mechanisms out inside.
And the oils.
And the oils and all the other things. So what you need to know from your Nikon or whoever the technical support is, what ambient humidity do they recommend? And I bet your life it's what I have, not what you have in Singapore or Malaysia. Right? So it's going to be what we have in our normal Northern European, Japanese existences. Right?
Yeah, if you have air conditioning and heating in your home, I'm going to say that you probably have the right humidity rate in house. You know, 40% or so, and that would be.
Yeah, I would caveat by saying modern air conditioning. I was in Ghana, and we had these Russian units that dry the inside of your head out, and you wake up with that. It could have been the club beer that had formaldehyde in it. I don't remember, but I do, because it was terribly strong. But when this compressor hit the wall opposite me in the middle of the night because the AC unit exploded, I had a good night's sleep after that. So the Nikon School Handbook, does that have the correct settings for a dehumidifier for your storage?
This was from copyright was 1993, and we're going back a few years, 1993. But the only reason I'm showing that up is because a comment about all the people that were doing this class, the cameras that they owned, and they made money professionally. All the cameras that they owned were probably at least 2 generations behind whatever the current body was, maybe even more.
100%.
And there wasn't anybody there that had a new Nikon body. I mean, and they did it for a living. So it, like Chuck says, they're not necessarily the ones buying these cameras. It's the amateurs that are buying the cameras.
So you can look at sports as well. It's the same. Unless you happen to work for one of the big bureaus, AP, Sports Illustrated, whoever they are, who buy hundreds and thousands of these cameras and they deploy them to big events. You probably, if you're self-employed, you're going to take your time to buy this stuff. Which is why you're 100% right, Chuck. It's amateurs who make their money doing something else and waste it, if you'd like to use that adjective.
Hey, we keep the lights on at Nikon, Sony,
Sure. And
Canon.
they know that, right? And for all of us, I think what Nikon's done in the last 4 years is crazy good. Okay, because we thought they were going away at one point. I think
I didn't.
Well, they were not in good shape in terms of we had the Z6 II, the Z7 II, and the Z5, and we had a lot of glass. It was great, but we didn't have the kick ass, forgive me, body to hold it. Now we've got two, and you're all convinced, and I'm all convinced we'll have two more soon. Okay, good.
180 to 600 waiting list is long just from everyone here.
We just don't know. We don't know how long it is. I expect it to be very long.
I do too, because this is one of the lenses that everybody or so many people have been waiting on, and I think it probably turned out better than they even expected. So
what do you think the waiting list is now for a Z8? 2 weeks or zero?
Yeah. Let's just be conservative. Let's be conservative and say a couple of weeks. Yeah.
So they made so many. Rishi said they made 12,000 in the first month's production.
Well,
right?
yeah. Well, I think that was not their target, but that's what they were producing. That's the way I saw it. It was they were producing that many per month. It wasn't that an initial rush or whatever.
No.
So and with this lens, it's not an S lens, so that will help too in production of this lens.
Yeah. Well, they're still got to get it out the door, of course, and they got to make it. So let's say they made 12,000. Maybe that'll hit the initial surge, but I can see them selling a lot more than that.
Yeah, over time, they're definitely going to sell a bunch of these lenses, no doubt about that. But yeah, in the initial surge, there are going to be some people that aren't going to get it right away. But I don't see a big long wait for this lens either.
There's a guy in New Zealand I call him the serial number guy, who keeps these registers of who's got what where, and I don't remember his name, Roy.
I'll dig it up.
Somehow he can work out how many of each type has been bought by people that have sold him the numbers, given them the numbers. And I think he said there were 70,000 Z9 sold in the first year. I've heard 50,000 and 70,000, which is an unbelievable number of Z9 bodies.
Yeah.
Now, I think we've maybe spoken about this before or not. I can see twice as many Z8s being needed easily. Right?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And then when we come to the smaller bodies, I can see twice as many of those than there are Z8s needed.
Because the thing is, with a Z8, not only were you getting the people that just, couldn't swing a Z9 or did not want to spend that level of money, but then you also got Z9 owners that bought it as a second body.
I was waiting for that one.
So you basically you were getting two streams of income coming in when that Z8 came out.
I interrupted you because I thought you were going to go to, and then we got the people selling their Z9s. So I've asked a number of people.
Why?
No, it doesn't. We don't worry about the word why. We just worry about how many. I found maybe 8 in total on F&M. Fred and Miranda. Grays have got a couple, but they were not due to trading up or trading.
Well, let's face it, the Z9's been out long enough to have some used bodies on the market,
Photosynthesis, that's it, Roy. Correct, yeah. What I can't work out, Roy, is how you work out how many cameras he's sold and how many lenses he thinks have been sold, because he doesn't tell you that anymore. I think he did a roundup.
Serial numbers.
No, but he's worked it out from the serial numbers, how to work out how many they've made. It's photosynthesis in New Zealand, by the way. YT moves this stupid from the heart comments. Okay.
Yeah, I understand, Kevin. You're absolutely right. I hate it when I go to another stream or something like that. That heart thing is right there blocking the bottom comment. I know it's nitnoy, but it is annoying. So it does eventually go away, though. At least that happens. Sorry, Andy. What were you saying?
No, we were just talking about how you know how many have been sold. I mean, and we never know, right?
Yeah.
So I believe Nikon has been able to step up the Z8 production to a level that's meeting demand. If you remember, the D850 was a 1 to 2 year wait.
Yeah, the D850 was a long wait.
Unless you got it early.
Yes.
The 100 to 400 was a long wait. The 600 is clearly a long wait.
And the
Well,
400.
600's handmade, so that's going to be a wait.
All these lenses are ultimately handmade by somebody.
Yeah, but the 600 and
Was
the
hand-tuned,
400 TCs, they're really crafted pieces of
they're beautiful.
equipment.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's not like a Mercedes has the guy who made the engines sign it. Hello, it's me, Juan Polo. So I'm hoping that this new lens, they've made 20,000 already, 50,000. I've taken the risk. And
I think they probably have. They've probably learned their lesson.
We're not backlogged with delays.
Hey Terry, you're absolutely right. We don't deny that at all. And the only comparison here in our conversation has just been people talking about which or whatever. But yes, you're absolutely right. And we knew this. We knew this was going to happen with this lens because so many people have been waiting forever for it to happen. And it's a very good lens for those that aren't going to go out and spend $17,000 for a prime.
I say buy them both.
Well, Steve Perry said the same thing.
Yeah, no, he's right.
Mm-hmm.
What Steve said and I said is, had the 600 come out at the same time as the 400, it would have been a very, very hard decision.
Yeah.
But because the 400 and 800 came out on the same day, effectively, and were delivered to me on the same day, when the 600 came out, I sold the 800 when I got the 600 in my hands. But there was no brainer for me. I was going to buy the 100 400 anyway. Right? I know I can put a 2TC on a 70 to 200, but it's not the same. I like the 100 400. I have no reason, but I don't shoot it at 400 mil unless it just happens to be the camera in my hands and I need to just do that, right? So the 180 to 600 is a really interesting choice lens, but I'm not going to sell the 600 and there's no chance, no way.
No.
Sometimes you need the f4.
Sometimes you need what is the lens you know will deliver wonderful rendering.
Good advice, Leon. Good advice.
You're going to get better bokeh, and you're going to be able to take that shot when the sun is just coming up, and you're going to get away with it and be able to use it.
You don't have to fiddle with two different lenses on the same body.
So. And what you need is my nice Maasai guy who's behind me. I called him the camera tech. I said, "Give me the 400, give me the 800, give me this, give me that, give me that." And he's getting stronger because he's moving these lenses.
Two bodies, two lenses.
Yes, he did, and I don't agree with that at all, Kevin. You're right. He got crucified.
Yeah, but you just tell the people to go away. That's stupid.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, it seems like he has, and I enjoyed what he did, and I wish he'd come back, but I don't. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Yeah,
but
lives. Henry's camera's just been purchased by a PE firm in Canada. Just came up on the wire. I don't know them, but okay. So obviously the most important news is that DP Review's been bought by Gear Patrol, whoever they are. And the guys from Petapixel who went to Petapixel are going to stay there. So the two fellas, Chris and...
Strange business, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
And Amazon just basically drove it. They shouldn't have bought it, and they drove it into the ground, but they got a lot of money, so they don't care, clearly.
Well, that's another... A lot of people talked about it and asked me my opinion and everything else on DP Review. To be honest, I really didn't even go to DP Review.
It's a good place if you've got good manners, and if you're an idiot, it's also a good place.
Apparently. Yeah. If you're an idiot, you're right at home there in the forums.
So the mentoring's pretty good. It's not as good as on Back Country Gallery, which Steve and Co. set up. The behavior over there is very good, and people have calmed down a lot. And genuinely, what happens in that community is we try and help people out. Yeah. If you try that on DP Review, you get 500 nasty comments.
Well, look, you get nasty comments trying to be nice on YouTube.
Hello, J-Rod.
Yeah, YouTube and nice are usually mutually exclusive words.
But it's all about the formula that YouTube use that drives these clickbait behaviors, right?
No, you're absolutely right. And I've talked about that before. I could put up clickbait titles and I guarantee you I'm going to get an initial wave of people. And if I just speak to it a little bit, then I'll get a bunch of people that are going to sign up. And the easiest thing for me to do to grow, honestly, and have a bunch of subscribers is to put up clickbait titles and start running everything down, every other brand down other than Nikon. And talking about how Nikon's the greatest thanks to sliced bread, because there are people that want to hear that. They need to hear that to feel, comfortable with the brand. You know,
wasn't that what Vahogan said yesterday? Is why he does his JP rants is so he gets JP's audience attacking him and he gets the viewer numbers up.
Well, yeah, that's one of the things that you get too. Is I like the idea when I came up in DP review over there for something that I had said, we said, or did over here. Are you going to go and address it? No, I think it's great. I love the fact that they're over there talking about my channel. Maybe the people come over to see what all the hupla is about and find out that it's all a bunch of crap. So, yeah.
Oh, it's all you old guys talking for too long is basically what they said. And I responded for you.
Yeah.
Anyway, you got J-Rod on.
Go ahead, James.
You got that camouflage so no one can tell what it is, right?
Zemlin hood and his Zemlin lens cap on it. Is that the 800? You've gone quiet.
Small.
Looks like the 800.
No. You're mute, J-Rod.
No, he's not muted. It would show up here.
Yeah, my fault. I muted for a second because my chair squeaks.
Your chair squeaks.
So what's the lens?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to say any. Your lens was squeaking.
Squeak, squeak.
I had one of them once.
This is the
And that's
800
one of
PF.
those. Yeah, and that's one of those weird American feet you've got on it.
There's the squeak.
Yeah.
Get the lens back.
Carl Zemlin.
You got some feedback going too. It's not bad, but I can hear it.
I got my mic up top there.
Lens caps on those lenses are a nightmare, aren't they?
So
Yeah.
I work with Carl to do the 600 hood and the 600 lens cap, and he's great. I
This
think he
one's
just
beautiful.
takes a month off.
Yeah. Well, it's added protection. You've got the big sock that goes on here.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah. So the only problem is that big sock's about $1,000
Yep.
because it's
Yeah,
leather.
good value, isn't it?
Yeah. Well done, Russell. Good comment.
Yeah, absolutely.
So people complain about weight. I carried this for about 3 hours just with the sling on Saturday. I did okay. With the
Were you on a Z8 or a Z9?
Z9?
Yeah,
yeah.
it's fine.
I
That's
carry,
only a
I
little
carry
lens,
that
though.
around like 3 to 5 hours every time I go out with my Z9, and I don't come home sore at all. Not a problem.
Only Mozman would come up with this comment. If you're buying a dehumidifier, don't keep your lenses and your cigars together. Oh, man. So, James, what's going on, buddy?
A little bit of everything. So, my dad unloaded his camera gear down to me.
Okay.
So, all film stuff, of course.
Hey, that's good stuff.
Yeah,
Well-
you missed the film show the other night.
I know, guys. I mean,
Yeah.
I bet you Roy doesn't have this one.
What's that one?
Ready for this, Roy?
Yep.
That's a 200 macro. Go on.
Too narrow. What is it?
Oh, it's a drink.
250 f5 Mamiya.
250. Let me think. No, I don't think I do.
This is a
I
lot of
have to
glass.
check. I don't think I do.
Roy,
He's
make him,
searching on
make
eBay
him,
right
Roy,
now.
make him an offer. Make him an offer.
He's on eBay right now looking for prices.
I mean, my dad bought it. I think it was in '69, and he didn't shoot weddings with this, but I think he did with the 50 millimeter on a Mamiya Universal.
Hmm.
And now I have that camera, so that'll be
Here's
fun
a
to play with.
question. I'm happy to answer. Terry, no. Sigma didn't make the 180 to 600 for Nikon.
Yeah,
And, you know, there were a lot of people that were expecting, especially when the rumor came out, it would be 150 to 600, that it would be a rebranded Tamron. And my answer, I understand how you come to that conclusion because of the focal range, but the one thing that stood out to me was if that were the case, Nikon would have had this lens out a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
You know, obviously Nikon went to the drawing board on this lens, hence initially 2 to 600, and it winds up being a 180 to 600. It's not because Nikon said, let's be generous and give them 20 more millimeters at the wide end. It's the fact that they based this lens on what would work best out to 600 millimeter, and at least keeping it at 200 millimeter on the wide end. It just happens that it balanced better. Maybe the glass worked better. It was easier to tweak to what the specs that they wanted or whatever. And it wound up being 180. Truth be told, if you know the true, this could be a 181 millimeter or a 179 millimeter to 600 or 599, because glass rarely, if ever, comes out at exactly 100 to 600 or 600 millimeter only or whatever. But anyway, yeah, that was part of their tweaking, and especially considering, and this may be a big thing that happened with Nikon, they wanted to go internal zoom after they had, initially looked at this lens, and that could have been what took them as long as it did to actually bring it to fruition. And I think everybody will be extremely happy that that's the case. So I know I am. Huh?
This one's for Lee.
All right.
The 1:4 with the 2x.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Still small.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. I have the we've talked before. We were talking about the 2x TC on the 1-400, which I have. And to be honest, I wish I'd have bought the 1.4 now, but it is what it is.
I got that one too, Chuck.
Yep.
So you're gonna have to get some film now. You shoot some of your dad's old stuff.
Now, speaking of that, I called my local Dodge Chrome. These guys have been around 50 years. I asked them if they could develop 110 film, and they said they could, because I also have a little Minolta 110 spy camera. It's about that big, little tiny camera with 3 interchangeable lenses, and it looks brand new. So I'll give that a try. And I have 110 film, and I've got a couple rolls of 35 left, so I'll try to shoot those up before I buy more.
Well, you got to use that camera how it was meant to be used. So you're going to have to say that you're an investigative reporter or something. You're going to have to start trying to get pictures of somebody cheating on their spouse. You got to use it for the right thing.
I mean, you guys got to see this camera.
It looks like the size of an Instamatic.
Saturday night when we needed all.
Yeah, you weren't here Saturday night.
We're all on mirrorless cameras today, and
you had to go out drinking or whatever.
This is with the battery grip.
Yeah, I've seen smaller than that too.
Yeah, you got some of them that are shaped like a 110, Instamatic camera. They're so narrow. That's a little bit bigger than I thought it was going to be.
That's the big one.
Yeah. Neat stuff.
Hey, Leon, I agree. And so does Scott Perry, as I've said already 2 or 3 times. But I agree with it. I like zooms, and everybody, for the longest time, I've been talking about that. That's why I like the Trinity, because I got a whole zoom range there. It's, for me, it just works out better. Everybody would always say, well, you can back up a few feet or move closer a few feet. No, not always. I've always liked zooms over primes. Yes, the prime may be better, but it's not enough to entice me until the 85 1.2. That lens I like.
Sometimes you just need the extra speed, though, the extra couple of stops.
Yep. Well, you're absolutely right. But I mean, that's why the 2.8 prime or zooms are always, the go-to. And now Nikon has 2 Trinity sets, one affordable and one not as affordable. So,
yeah, I had the 200 to 400 AFS, and I didn't get on with it. I didn't get on with the 80 to 400 either. And as soon as I got my 600 f4, my world was a different place. And my first 400 2.8, for me, those 2 lenses are.
I like the 200 to 400. I hated the 80 to 400 though.
And what about the 180 to 400, which came after the 200
I
to 400?
tried it, but I didn't get it.
No, people didn't get it. So, and this is kind of, if you want to fill in that suitable for sports and wildlife, the new Canon, I think it's Canon 100 to 300 f2.8 with TC. Is it with TC? I can't remember. That looks fascinating. Nikon had something similar to that before. Again, £12,000. Okay, not free, but for indoor sport shooters, that's interesting. But it's like the 200 to 400. It's designed for people shooting sports indoors and events indoors. But beyond that, at the long end, we don't need anything other than chuck 600 PF, right?
Xenon
Short end,
or Mamiya.
is that a Polaroid?
That's the universal. It'll take a Polaroid back.
Yeah.
This is a
If
6x7.
Yeah, if you're allowed to call it Polaroid. I see somebody's kickstarting a 24x6.
That's
ultra wide.
old school, new school.
Don't know why though.
What, the 24x6?
The ultra wide, the
Because
panoramic
people
camera.
like that crop for big landscapes. And is it 5 frames on a 110
Yeah.
or 6? I don't remember, but it's a lot. So you're spending a lot of money. You're eating through a 110 roll very fast. Yeah, maybe you get 3 shots out of it. I don't know. I don't shoot it. But I keep going back to
80
that
to
crop.
400 at all.
Say again?
I didn't like that 80 to 400 they're talking about.
No, it was my
Overpriced
most
and stuff
low
at both
lens, and I
ends.
was happy to get rid of it.
I was happy with the 80 to 400. It served my
Well, you would be.
purposes. Yeah, of course I would be, but it served my purposes. It was at the right price point at the time.
Yeah.
Shooting
It wasn't cheap.
motocross, that's where the zoom is invaluable. I
Is
mean,
that a
it's,
Rolly? Hey, Jay, is that a Rolly Flex?
Doesn't look rolly-ish.
This one's a Yashica mat.
Okay.
Yeah. 330.
Same design.
I used this camera in the early 90s out in Bremerton, Washington.
when are you going to start developing your own film, James?
Oddly enough, there is
Look, it's time. It's time to be a real film photographer. Quit with all this digitizing crap. You're not a film photographer. You're a digitizer. Okay? It's time to get an enlarger and a steel tank or whatever, and all the dry chemicals so that you can mix your own and start doing it. Because if you're not doing it from start to finish, then it's a fad.
Well, the local shop needs my help, but Amazon has this orange and black kit where you can feed the film 120 or 35 right into it from the
Seen them.
and then you pour it's all right here. You don't need a darkroom. You pour the chemicals in, you crank it,
Well,
wait a while, drain it out, rinse it, you're done. You developed your.
Well, that's what we used to do with the little home development kits.
Right.
Yeah, but this is all in one little box. I've seen them.
And then
They're
Well,
all
we used
automatic
to
machines
add a
that
little
do it for
drum.
you.
and then
You,
scan it.
you,
Yep.
in the dark, you fill the drum with exposed film, and then you pour in the developer and you shake it or you leave it, and then you pour out the developer and you produce it. But it's the 9/10 of the reason why I hate film. It's messy.
Yes.
But the whole point to film is that process. I did it from start to finish.
No.
I mean,
Look what happened to you, though.
I mean, you know, why not use a digital camera? If all I'm going to do is shoot it, send it to somebody, and they send me back digital files.
Because you get a different look. I agree with the drunk wedding
You don't get
photographer.
enough of a different look to make it even worthwhile.
Well, he's making money, so that works.
That's
Who?
the main thing.
Yeah, it does do something, right? Whether you like the something or don't like the something, there's something unique about it. And the drunk wedding photographer found a niche in the LA
Well,
scene.
he did, but I'll assure you, if he was making even more money, an easier way, and if you're in here, David, you can chime in. He'd probably say, you know, I'm tired of chasing film at Walmart's.
I do it.
Oh,
very,
yeah,
I
yeah.
do it very little. Very little.
Yeah.
I'm not gung ho on it. You know,
Yeah.
shoot a couple rolls.
Yeah.
It's fun. But you're right. I'll never, you know, Z9 all the way.
But you know, that's one of the things. If there's anything about film that I liked, it was just the fact that I could go from start to finish on
True.
my own. You know, I thought it was cool, and have prints that I literally printed.
Yep.
And I thought that was the cool part of it. Now, would I wanted to have done it commercially, you know, back when that's all we had film? No, I would not. I would not want to have had to go through that process or whatever.
I mean, I've done the whole darkroom thing in college and so forth, but I never did it all at home. I would develop just the
Here we go. We went from
the darkroom at school, but
we went from 68 viewers to 58 talking
Oops.
film.
that's my fault.
That's what happened to us the other night. You know, I think it's great. I think from time to time we can still do it if we get, you know, people that want to talk about it. But I mean, the 180 to 600 came out last night. Nobody cares anything about anything but that lens. And I guarantee you that's where the focus is for most people that are dropping by.
Well,
You know, I give Matt Irwin a lot of credit for coming out with a review on the 70 to 180 while everybody was talking about the.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't think he had a choice. I think this was it was by design. Yeah, he will have the 180 to 600 to play with as well. But I think it just worked out that way. But it may have worked out in his favor because he did get a review in of the 28 or the 70 to 180. So that
Chuck,
was good.
let's do a long lens night. I know we talked about that, but maybe we could do that one time.
Yeah, I don't know how talking about just the super telephotos or and the telephoto zooms.
Well, just
And
overall,
mirrors.
you know, real quick, you know, I had the 200 to 500, the 150 to 600, the 100 to 400. But when I moved up to that 800, it was like, oh my gosh. I mean, I can't believe the amount of light the 800 can grab.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I was getting eagle pictures like they were a foot away from me. I mean, they were just amazing difference. And it's, I don't think people, I mean, the 600 f4, that's the mecca of bird photography, right? And and people don't realize when you go see those professional pictures in the magazines, that's what they're using. They're using the biggest, most expensive lenses. And there's a reason for that because of all the light gathering power that they get. I was just out Saturday. I was at my local little park with all the lakes, and there was a group of birding people there. And a couple of them had some small lenses. And I was out there with my 800, of course. And I overheard them say, well, my zoom could go a lot further than his. And he had this camera about this big. And I'm like, I didn't say anything. You know, I'm like, you know, people think that, you know, 1,000, 1,200 millimeter digital camera zoom is really going to get you a good picture. It's not. I mean,
Yeah, but here we go down this path again, and I welcome everybody to start a YouTube
You're hitting the
channel.
hornet's nest here,
I invite everybody to start a YouTube channel and start teaching the basics of photography.
Yep.
Honestly, I do, because we beat that horse to death, and it makes no difference whatsoever. The bottom line is, yes, everybody should learn. They can take a photo with a pinhole camera, as you guys have heard me say before. But there is a reason for these long lenses. I agree. I think maybe let's talk about it Saturday night. Because it goes right in form with the fact that the 180 to 600 just came out. I think it's a great topic. So, yeah,
you can get the pictures, but what I'm saying is, the key difference with those big lenses, you cannot substitute light gathering power.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
There's no substitution.
And a couple of stops faster makes a big difference to the background too.
There has been a little help in the, here recently over the last 5 or years or so, and that is with camera technology allowing us to step up ISO and things like that.
Yeah.
Yes, but you're right. You're absolutely right, which I talk about with my 1:400 when I put that 2x TC on there. That is an issue. When it goes to f11, that is an issue. Because what are we talking about? If we're talking about birds or wildlife, we're not shooting at 1/60th of a second, are we?
Right.
No. And especially birds. If you want anything sharp with a bird, even if it's perched, because it's going to move while it's perched, you're talking 1/1000th of a second at f11. It's late afternoon. Guess what? You got issues, and you got to deal with it. It's not impossible, but you're right. That 600
f4 struggle with autofocus at f11. It's not very bright as well.
Yep. But with that 600 f4, you're in a completely different league. People don't understand that, but maybe that's part of the conversation come Saturday night. Yeah, I think that would be a good time to talk about it, especially since everybody's going to want to talk more about the 180 to 600.
Yeah.
So
I definitely noticed that, Chuck, the Z9 on a smaller lens. And then when I moved to the 800 with all that power, the everything about it was just better. Focusing this. It was just on it. Even a hummingbird's eye, boom, it locked right on.
Yeah.
He's all like a flat color. It was just, wow, this is what I've been missing. I've never.
Well, for many reasons, not just the fact that it has that light gathering capability at f4, large aperture, large glass, big front element, but also the fact that it's larger in the screen, on the screen, or larger. What am I trying to say here? A robin goes from 25% of the composition to 50 to 75% filling the frame. Absolutely. So that all makes a difference. And I don't want to mislead anybody. You can get great results with anything, but you won't get it as quickly or as often than you will if you have these other big super teles and things like that.
It might be easier.
Yeah, much easier. Yeah.
And Chuck, I put that into DX mode, Z9 on the 800, DX mode, 1200 millimeter handheld. I was getting amazing pictures.
There you go. Yeah.
Wow. So you don't need a teleconverter. You need a Z9 with DX mode.
What is that? 20 megapixel at
19 and change. Yeah.
Okay.
Which is good enough for most.
Yeah. Yeah. The D3X was a earth-shaking camera at 24 megapixel.
Yeah. So the 600 TC at 840 or 860 with the TC engaged is a 5.6. I remember lugging around an 800 5.6. And I'm not doing
I had that lens.
I hate it. Right.
I did too.
It came with a 1.2 TC that was matched to it. And I don't think it's anywhere close to as good as the 600 with the internal TC and an external 1.4. But anyway.
And it was very heavy.
So it was very heavy, very big, and blah, blah, blah. Lots of challenges. But Morris and other people who shot it, loved it. So, okay. And I can't remember his name now. There was another guy. But
Great lens, but very heavy, and I'm lazy.
yeah. And so it's great the 800 exists. It's great it's like a little bit lighter than the 600. But I sold my 800 because I got the 600 and I could get to 840 5.6.
Yeah.
But I'm not walking with it for 5 hours. I'm not walking with it for a long time like you guys,
Still
right?
a heavy lens.
I have Masai and a vehicle.
Yep. But it's more than twice as much. So that's all I can afford.
Oh, no, yeah, but that's a separate discussion. But
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you, but it's a separate discussion.
Yep.
So when you talk big lenses, you have to put into the frame, is it Canon's something F11? Their budget 600
Oh,
mil?
yeah,
or 600 mil?
800 F11.
That's
Wow, that's
That
hard
would
work.
work at midday. That'd be about it.
Yeah,
I
and then
used
you've
it
got all the
with the light.
midday problems, right? You've got heat, haze, and. So the area that I always get into trouble with is when people. There was a discussion today. How much do you crop in? Well, I say if there's something blocking your camera now, mate, J-Rod, you put something in front. I don't know what it is. If you're cropping, if your subject is less than 15% of the frame, I think you're in trouble. And people keep saying, well, we need more megapixels so we can crop in more. And I say, you're still in trouble. You've got to get closer or buy better glass. And that gets me in a hell of a lot of trouble because I've got good glass and apparently I'm arrogant. Apparently, not that I spot it.
You don't want to give Chuck an opening when you just said that.
I do. I opened the door, walked through, and begged
geez.
him inside. Right. So with all of these conversations about long glass, I fully accept the fact that 95% of the world, if not more, won't ever buy the 600 TC.
No, you're right.
So what are they going to use?
Agreed.
What are they going to use?
The 180 to 600.
They're going to buy the 180 to 600.
Yes.
200 to
And
500. Yep.
they're going to cry desperately forever for a D500 at 35 megapixels so they can crop inside it. Right? Because they're shooting a Sparrow at 500 yards. Right? I'm sorry, but
look how many people are in that realm. 200 to 500, 150 to 600, the F lenses, DX crop cameras. It's what they can afford.
yeah, and that's
At the
why
time of the 2 to 500, that was a good way to go, but I think that time's passed.
I don't think the time's passed, Roy, because there's always people on budgets, right? We're all on some kind of budget.
True.
So the 180 to 500, 600 is a great lens for them. We all hope that Nikon come out with some kind of new body that's a bit more affordable. Yeah? We
Yeah.
don't disagree with that. That's fine. In the meantime, you've got the 6.2, which is perfectly fine. Right? Just work out how to use it, guys. Match that with the new lens, and I think you'll get better shots than you would do with a Z8 and something shorter and cheaper. Right? It's just the nature of glass. Glass is great.
Yeah, yeah. It boils down to this: what can you afford, and what do you shoot? If you enjoy something on the longer end, then by all means, this is going to be a lens that you're going to want. You really should get it. And at this price point, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that at all.
No, I agree with the price chart.
Yeah, it's a lens that goes beyond its price point, in my opinion. And I haven't even held it or played with it or anything else, but just listening to what's going on, looking at the design of it. Yeah. So absolutely.
Jeff, did you order it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think I had this up here. All right.
I went to bed last night and there was no news, but I was up, by 6 this morning. Did you order it before 6?
No, I went and took a walk with the dog with the wife. I think I ordered it at 7:30.
So I might get mine before you.
You might, yes. You might get yours an hour before me or a day before me. Yeah.
Yeah. No, don't knock it. Nikon USA. I've been lucky, and I've ordered almost everything from them, and I've had really good success. But some people said there has been problems. But knock on wood.
I hope you bought it from a local camera store.
If I had one.
Ah, okay.
Quick story. I ordered my 200 to 500 from Best Buy, and they delivered it to me. It was opened and broken.
Really?
And I called the store, and luckily they had one. I went right to them. I said, guys, I should have called Nikon. You guys are an authorized reseller, and you sent me this lens. Thank goodness they had a new one, and I checked it right there at the register. I made sure it was perfect. But, yeah, I wish I had a really good camera store. I used to have Ritz camera, Wolf camera. One of the Ritz headquarters was over in Laurel, Maryland. I bought a lot of stuff from Ritz. I mean, they were awesome. Now the closest best store for me is downtown DC.
Really?
And he struggles.
Well, let me close up this stream or get close to closing it up.
Yeah.
Now for certain is the time, if you're a DSLR shooter and you have no desire, don't want to go mirrorless, now is the time for you to be looking for so many great deals out there. I mean, you can have professional equipment that professionals use commercially in their photography business, whatever it may be. I mean, on the cheap. I'm talking flagship bodies. I'm talking flagship glass. So even the 2 to 500, which is a great lens that everybody loved.
Yeah.
You're going to see a bunch of those hit the market here real quick.
Not mine.
So,
Yeah, you will.
so if you are one of the, or somebody asks you, look, I don't know if I want to get into photography and stay with it. I'm not all about the buzz. I don't even know what's going on and whatever, but I'd like a good camera for this. Now's the time to buy your DSLR. Things that we dreamed of, couldn't afford it at the time, are now dirt cheap out there. Mm-hmm. And I would venture to say, and those that own it will tell me I'm absolutely crazy here, and that's okay because I am absolutely crazy. The 180 to 600 will cause a few 500 PFs to go on the market as well.
It will.
Agreed.
Yep. Yeah. And that's a fantastic lens. Yeah, and that's a fantastic lens. Still is, even in the mirrorless system, being an F-mount lens. But I'll tell you, you watch, the market's going to show how much of a trend this new lens has on shooters out there. And a lot of people are like me. They have to get rid of something or some things to buy the next big thing in their arsenal. So there's going to be a lot of quality glass, quality cameras on the market here real soon. When the Z6 III comes out, that's really going to spur the market to, that's the time. If you wait too long to get into mirrorless, it's going to cost you even much more. But there are people that are still holding out for whatever reason. They love DSLRs, and Woody Mallory is one. I think Woody just sprung for a Z8 or ordered a Z8, but he's held out with his DSLRs forever because they've been doing exactly what he wants them to do. So again, I say recommend to your friends, if they want to get into photography and they don't want to spend a fortune right up front, there's going to be some great deals out. There already are great deals out there, but even more here over the next year.
Some of the old lenses are fantastic. I've got a set of Zeiss ZF2s, and I would never part with them.
I don't know why Greg's having such a hard time finding the pre-order on the Nikon site for the new lens. I mean, it was right there this morning when I pulled it up.
Here, hang on a second. It's
I
right there in the corner.
It still says pre-order. It doesn't say not taking orders anymore.
Oh, were they on that one? Not taking orders?
Well, they did that to the 800.
Yeah, when I ordered it this morning, it said pre-order, and I actually, gave them my credit card information and everything. So,
they got mine on file, Jeff.
Can I say to you, my first digital Nikon camera was bought from Ritz Cameras in Tyson's Corner.
Tyson's Corner, I'll be.
Which is where I was in 2000 and 2001, 2002, 2003.
I've probably been to that one.
I was there in that time frame, not that time frame. I was there for about 11 months living in Tyson's Corner, temporary living.
Yeah, we had an office there and an office on K Street. Well, two offices on K Street before I left. And an office in Reston. And one of the partners I knew, when the plane went into the Pentagon, it flew straight past his window.
Wow.
And we lost 50 clients that day in the Pentagon when the HR department got bashed.
I knew a guy that was on that plane.
Wow. Yeah, we had more people in the air, and the plane that went down, we lost 6 people. So it was a very interesting time, not one that we ever want to see again, obviously.
Yeah, all my F-mount glass, I think I'm getting ready. I'm going to trade. I think I'm going to trade it all in, just make it simple. I don't have to deal with selling it, going through that hassle and everything else. I know I will lose a bit. That's okay. I don't use it. It's just sitting up there collecting dust.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to trade it all and find a lens that I want. Maybe even this, I don't know. But
so I got there last year, Chuck. I got there. It took me a while. I'd sold off a 400G and a 600G. So I was left with 50 items. I'd sold off a few bodies. And then I spoke to a camera store I know quite well. And I said, if I give you a list, you'll price it for me. And I spoke to some other people as well.
Yeah.
I'm not doing any of this trading through your KEH or the equivalent. No, because they are just not what I want to deal with. And I'm certainly not selling anything more on eBay.
Yeah, I don't want to go through that again either. I mean,
so
yeah.
In the end of the day, I gave him the list. I said, give him a spreadsheet with a long list in it. I said, you tell me what the numbers are. If it's all in good condition, original boxes, all of that, which it all was, by the way. And he gave me a number. I said, okay, I'm coming to see you. And I brought a boot full to him. Or more than that. It was two big boxes.
Yeah, I think that's the route I'm going to go. And Vahagen has suggested, why don't you sell it to people? Because I just
too much pain. You have to deal with other people.
Yeah.
And like you said, Chuck, it's a good time if you want F mounts or you want to get into DSLRs. I mean, the market's flooded. I mean, there's still amazing cameras.
So the only thing I'd say to you is if you have a focal length that you use, not that often, but you use, like the 135 Sigma Art, I think about that lens a lot, that I sold it and maybe I shouldn't have. Right?
Yeah.
But actually, how often did I use it? I've got maybe 4 shots that are memorable with it.
I don't have anything that I have picked up lately. And when I say lately, I'm talking in the last couple of years in F-mount. I really don't. Could I? Yeah. I mean, I could adapt. I have the FTZ adapter. I could use the 24 to 70E as another 2.8, 24 to 70. But I don't know, man. Just like Leon says, need to get rid of anything not being used while it's still worth something. And that is so true.
Yeah.
And that is the point.
The 2 to 5 price is going to go down the toilet now that this has been announced.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're not going to get anything for that anymore.
Yeah, I agree. And I need to get rid of, I got a D500 sitting over here that I haven't shot at all. I actually did put the 200 F2 on it just to test the 200 F2, make sure everything's still copacetic. Yeah. And that's it. That's all I've done with that D500. So I think it's just time for me to do that. Make it simple, quick, easy. Box it all up. I've got all the original boxes. I know some people throw their boxes away. I'm one of those nuts that keeps everything.
Yeah.
When I unpack even my Z8, I unpack it, take the body out, take the battery out. What else do I take out? That's about it.
Don't you take the strap rings off?
No.
You don't take them off? You use them?
The strap rings?
Yeah. I take them off every time.
I just leave them on the camera. That doesn't bother me. And I put it all back in the box with the receipt for that camera or that lens. So if I'm looking for it for whatever reason. Yeah. So everything goes back in a box, in the box that it came in that I'm not using. So most of the time I've sold my cameras after my first couple of cameras, the D4 and the D800. I don't even take the chargers out of the boxes anymore because I have one already, and So those are brand new in the wrapper. The strap, the carrying strap is brand new. Every camera that I've resold, you get a brand new, still in the wrapper, carry strap, because I never ever use the Nikon one.
The only thing that I do take out,
back to the F2.
I find usable these days is this new charging unit, which you can use to charge your camera or whatever. It's perfect for in-camera charging, except the leash is too long, too short. You get a leash extender.
It's got a new little one.
A hand strap? Yeah.
Yeah.
I went with the JL whatever equivalent JJC one for the on here. I love these little straps.
Too small.
Well, you can buy them in all sizes.
I'm actually getting ready to. I've been looking for a docking station that will provide me with power as well. Yeah, and to charge cameras if I want to charge the battery in camera. Yeah. But I'm all about. I've got so many, not so many. I don't have near as many as Roy's got. Roy's got a battalion of batteries there.
So if you're charging the cameras, the reason I brought this out is this is 15 watts, right?
Yeah.
People are asking, can I use my cell phone charger? And we all keep saying only if it's 15 watts.
Yeah.
You can use it. It's 5 volts, 3 amps, 15 watts. You can charge it with a lesser charger, but it will take longer. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and all these battery banks, I showed you guys, maybe I didn't, this little thing, which is a little, they call it a power bank, but it takes ENL 15s.
Okay.
And you just plug it in to your USB-C in your camera bag. So you got a power brick in your camera bag. You got this, and I don't run out of batteries.
Yeah, Tether Tools just came out with their 150 watt power.
Well, so your problem there is if it's 150 watt hours, you can't go on an airline with it. You can only go on with 100 if they enforce the rules for you.
Okay.
Yeah,
if they know the difference.
Most jurisdictions, well, if they ask, right?
Well, it's 2,600 milliamp hours. It's not. It's 100 watt though output.
No, it's 100 watt hours. Correct?
I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's the regulation that most airlines now try to enforce. Yeah. No single item can be more than 100 watt hours. Because I know a lot of video shooters that walk around with these huge, great V and gold batteries. They can't take them with them.
Oh, I know those are the 98 watt hour batteries.
That's fine.
V mount, yeah.
That's fine. But
you're going to travel, that's what you need. Yes.
Yeah.
I think people don't realize, Andy, what you just showed. If you put that into your camera and with the battery in, and you charge the camera, it'll charge that battery quicker than if you put it in the regular battery charger that comes with the camera.
So I use a RAV Power and others, but they're all the same. They are 99.16 watt hours because the international standard is 100. Now, what I've never had anybody at an airline except one guy in Africa, and I happen to have printed out the IATA guidance, which because I'm evil, I just showed him his own airline guidance and the IATA guidance because he said, "Oh, you can't take that." What he wanted me to do was pay him, and I wasn't minded to. So these are brilliant. So I plug this into this in my camera bag if I'm running low on batteries. It's easy. And for the Z9, you carry this little fella, which is the one they give you in your box. And that's USB-C too. And they all take the same power. All these decent power banks do the same job. They're great. And they don't take long to charge. Anyway, so...
Is there still only one approved on the Nikon Z9 list on the Nikon site?
One what?
There's actually one approved power bank that's actually listed on the Nikon website.
Oh, yeah. It's like, why aren't Delkin Black cards approved on the Nikon list? Because nobody's paying. Yeah, it's the Tether Tools one. But if you look at the watt hours...
Yeah. but it's not watt
It's
hours.
the milliamps.
Well, okay, so milliamp, 26.
Yeah, so that's fine. Anything up to 100. Yeah.
Anything up to 26,800 and change, you can take on a plane with you.
Oh, it does say 160 watt hours per battery limit.
Where?
This says, I just looked it up. This is on the Delta Airlines maximum of 160 watt hours.
So a maximum, is that across all your batteries?
Good point.
So this was the point that we started to hit.
Per device or total?
I carry 4 ENL 18s, and I carry outside the camera, and I carry 4 15s, and then when I flew to Africa, I just carried 2 18s and 2 15s with me.
This says per battery.
Well, per battery is fine. They've been adding them up. That's the problem. And whatever you do, you have to cover the terminals. So you either put them in a pouch or you put them in the pouch with the little plastic thing. So the most valuable thing if you're traveling all the time that you don't leave in the box is that little plastic cover, right? Because it's covering the terminals.
Yep, keep that with you.
I actually bought some small plastic cases for my ENEL 15 batteries.
Yeah. So think tank little pouches I use loads of because they don't weigh anything. And for us that travel a lot, you got to be very pleasant and all of that with the airline staff and everything. But in the end of the day, if you can show them their own rules, they can't take money out your pocket.
Yep.
Well, hopefully.
They can make your life miserable though.
They can sit you next to me. That would be terrible.
Yep. I've been down the lithium ion battery discussion with Delta a few times.
Yeah.
But it always worked in my favor because, I had a bag of them and, they said, well, you'll have to take those out of I can't take them out of the case. Oh, by the way, I got a light here that has it embedded and it has to go with me. And they said, well, you'll have to take it out and put it. I can't put it anywhere. I don't have enough room in this bag. Well, you can't take it on the plane. Well, you can give me a bag and I can put it in there and carry it on, or take an extra bag. Anyway, long story short, eventually they got tired of arguing with me and let me not check it, but carry it on with me in another bag, an extra carry-on bag. Imagine that.
Yeah. Professional crews suffer this all the time, and they've worked their way through it, and it's not an issue. And they're carrying a lot more gear and batteries than we ever wouldn't think of. When I got on my last flight to Kenya, there was a documentary crew, and they had 60 cases of stuff that they checked in, all of it. Right? Because, quote, I'm not carrying that on the plane. And these are £200,000 video cine cameras. Yeah. Right. So if they can do that, we can handle the rest of it. It's not a problem.
Hey guys, I'm getting ready to pull the plug. I got to figure out what we're going to do here for our evening meal, supper, dinner, whatever you want to call it. But it's been a great stream today. I love everybody stopping in, everybody that's come by. Andy, you, Roy, Jeffrey, J-Rod, and Vahagan, of course, was in here earlier. Yeah, man, another great opportunity for everybody to get together and talk about the things that are near and dear to our heart. For those of you that don't shoot Nikon, I hope you'll be as happy as we are with what just took place as far as the 180 to 600, and I'll assure you I'll be as happy as for your next big upgrade in whatever your camera brand is. And I'm looking forward to what Canon's going to do with that R1. I really am. I want to see this beast, and I think it's going to be a beast. But it bodes well for all of us when that stuff happens. So everybody that's been in the chat, thank you very much for dropping comments and questions in the chat. Those of you that just came in and watched or just listened, that's fine too. You know, it's really just a podcast. We're nothing to look at here. So
speak for yourself.
You're probably better off just listening. But I enjoy everybody being here. Again, we do this on Wednesday. We do it on Saturday. And for those of you that haven't been in here before and you may want to rejoin us, please do. If you'd like to be on the panel, please join the panel. Get in here, pontificate. You can do it on your phone. You can do it on your iPad, laptop, whatever. It's no heavy requirement or anything else. So, yeah. And Mozman just reminded me here.
Like and subscribe.
Well, yeah, again, people are going to subscribe if they want to. I know those are closely guarded, and you only get, one a week or one a month subscription that you can do, and they cost so much to purchase extra ones. So I'm just kidding, folks, but obviously it's free. But again, the likes are what I enjoy seeing because again, it tells me that we're heading in the right direction and we're continuing to keep people interested in what we talk about. So, but again, back to, if you'd like to join, do it. Roy Bigsby, who is not big on being in the public eye, the first couple of times he was very quiet. And I know you don't think now you think now he's very quiet. You missed the first few times he was on when he never said a word the entire stream.
In the years in the studio by myself.
So
I got a bit funny.
There you go. If he can do it, you can do it. So I again, that's the whole.
Z8 makes a good webcam as well.
There you go. So the thing about it is this is a channel for everybody, and I just encourage you to get on here and pontificate or talk about, ask questions or comments or whatever it is you're going to do. That's fine. That's what it's for. All right. That said, let everybody say goodbye to you, J-Rod, Jeffrey.
Yep. Have a great day,
everybody.
Andy,
James.
Nice to see you,
Jeff. Yep.
And Mr. Roy. But Jeffrey, you and Jeffrey both, you didn't plug your channel, and that's what this is about too, man. Tell everybody who you are and what your channel is.
Oh, nothing great. Go to Selective Imagery, bring at least 2 cups of coffee, a donut, and you might be able to stay awake for the whole thing. But if you stop by, I appreciate it. Say hello, add a comment, and I enjoy a lot of people from that go on Chuck's channel, visit mine. I appreciate the support, and thank all of you that have been on it, and hope some of you have not. Pay me a visit.
And Mr. J-Rod, I know I was busting your chops on film, but I know that you do enjoy film, and we see that a lot in your social media. Go ahead, tell everybody where you're at on social media and whatever that may actually be as interested in film as you are.
Yeah, thanks, Chuck. I'm James from J-Rod Photo Art on YouTube, also on Instagram, J-Rod Photo Art. I post a lot of pictures on my Instagram. Typically, I like to go black and white with a lot of it. My website is filled with lots of stuff, a lot of bird photography, nature stuff, black and white stuff, city street photography, a little bit of art, a little bit of this. So it's just fun for me. It's just fun. I'm a full-time employee, but yet YouTube and all this stuff is amazing. The community and people we meet on YouTube just to talk shop like you do, Chuck. Thank you once again.
Yep. That's what it's all about. Yep. And Andy, lest I forget, you do have a YouTube channel, and Andy posts a lot of stuff that he gets on Safari and whatnot. If you're into that as well, not just wildlife, but even real wildlife over in Kenya and everywhere else you may go, check out Andy Miller. It's just Andy Miller on YouTube, right, Andy?
I'm one of the few. Yes.
Okay. So check it out as well.
Yeah, I just posted another rendering of a leopard. It's only 26 minutes, so don't worry about it. It's not that long.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds great. All right. That said, folks, we are getting ready to get out of here. Thank you again. God bless you all. Have a great rest of the week. And I hope to see everybody back on Saturday night if you can make it. So take care until then.
Thanks, Chuck.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody.